Not gonna lie, the food be looking devious. Okay, straight to ranked. Wait a minute. I didn't hear it like yesterday. It moved by itself. The fuck? Yeah. Low key just moved by itself. The fuck? Straight into a ranked game. No fucks given. Oh, I'm gonna take off my. I'm just gonna move my mic.
Can't we do our best to clean up the sport? Does anyone think that if she were 100% natural that she wouldn't be with us today? Is it worth it? Coach Greg, and again, some really sad news, devastating news in the fitness industry, as bodybuilding claims the life of another female, and this time an amateur, and she's only 20 years of age. And so her name is Jody Vance. She's a bodybuilder. She's also a coach. And the suspected cause of death, it's severe dehydration resulting in her heart, let's just call it giving out.
Vance, who was also a coach, was in Ohio attending the Arnold Sports Festival when she died.
And so listen, talking about being at the Arnold Classic, she wasn't competing. She was simply there as a spectator. And so imagine this. You're dehydrated, you're taking drugs, performance-enhancing drugs, not recreational drugs, and you're doing that to look good at the Arnold Classic to perhaps take selfies with your fans. This is what's wrong with the sport. We need to clean it up. There's way too much pressure to look good. Her heart stopped due to complications of severe dehydration. Despite all efforts by the hospital, they were unable to revive her. The reason I'm recording this video is I'm trying to make a difference. Yes, I know many of you are saying you're a hypocrite. You used and abused performance-enhancing drugs. I'm not denying that. But can't we learn from mine and other people's mistakes? Can't we do our best to clean up the sport? Does anyone think that if she were 100% natural that she wouldn't be with us today? Is it worth it? I'm telling you that it's not. Now, when you're young, a teenager in your 20s and so on, you can't see the future. You don't know what it's like. But I'm telling you, having lived that life, I was once a teenager, I was once in my 20s. I know that you're going to think differently when you're older. And so what seems to be cool right now, what's important to you, it's going to change. And for females, taking performance-enhancing drugs to look good on stage, it might only be important to you for a short little while. While you're competing, you know you need more muscle, and you know you got to do what you got to do to get it. And so you do certain things that you can't turn the clock on. Now, not trying to say that we know she was taking steroids, peptides, SARMs, and so on, but we know she's taking something. And remember, these changes, they stay with you for life. You might like bodybuilding right now, 18, 19, 20, perhaps till you're 25. But what about when you're 40? What if your voice has changed? What if you've done permanent damage to your heart, your kidneys, and so on?
Jody used two extremely hazardous substances to improve her physique without my knowledge, my approval, without family's knowledge, their approval.
I've always told people this. Just because they don't admit that they're taking something, that they don't tell you that they're a fake natty, not mean that they're not. Oftentimes, people are taking things in secret. And so, trust me, I've coached other athletes who claimed they were 100% natural. Their coaches thought they were natural, but I was coaching them on what to take. They came to me in secret. Hey, what should I take? How much Anavar? How much of this? How much of that? Meanwhile, they wouldn't work with me because they knew if you're working with Coach Greg, people are going to assume that you're not natty. And so they hire a natty coach to pretend that they're natural. Now remember, when people tell me things in confidence, it stays with me. I'm not going to out them.
Many people who love Jody, including myself, try to get her to pull off the gas pedal a bit. And anyone who knows Jody knows how challenging that would be.
And so the pressure is real. Even upon discovering that she's taking these hazardous substances, saying, hey, could you stop? You shouldn't be doing this. She wouldn't stop. Remember, bodybuilding, steroids, performance-enhancing drugs, all of these can be addictive. Perhaps not physically, but mentally addictive. You get used to the changes, the glory, the compliments from other people, and you just can't stop. What do you think could have happened? She may have competed in a bodybuilding competition. The judges would have said, hey, you know what? You need to get leaner. You were perhaps 10 pounds over your ideal weight. Judges are giving honest, accurate, critical assessment, saying, this is what you need to improve. Following the competition, they go off the rails, they start binge eating, thinking bulking, cutting, that's the answer. Why would I listen to Coach Greg? Why would I stay at a healthy body fat percentage for me and then main gain when I can bulk and cut? Because that's the answer to muscle growth. You don't think I've bulked and cut? You don't think I know the mindset of the competitors? The roller coaster of emotions that you will go through when you look in the mirror and you don't like the reflection that appears. And so what do you think happened? I'll tell you what. She likely began to use either clenbuterol, T3, or something even far worse called DNP. And so when you start abusing these fat burners, bad things can happen.
Vance's loved ones encouraged others hearing about her death to prioritize their health.
She's thinking, I'm a coach, and people expect me to look a certain way. The more muscle I have, the lower my body fat percentage, the more clients I'm going to get. I'm going to go to the Arnold Classic, meet with friends, network, and so on. And when they see me shredded with a six-pack, they're going to think I want to hire that coach. And so the more impressive the before and after transformation, the more people you can convince to hire as a coach. She's 20 years old. Who is she coaching? What amount of knowledge could she have garnered throughout her teenage years in order to coach other people? And so isn't it not possible she was using diuretics to look leaner, to stand at the expo and meet fans? Well, maybe. They don't say which specific drugs they are, and so take your pick. Was it DNP? Was it diuretics? Was it clenbuterol? Was it T3? Does it matter? She's 20. She's at an expo. Why should she feel the pressure to look leaner than last time? To resort to taking drugs to beat society's standards of beauty? And so this is really sad because do you know how many other people are doing this? You think she's the only one? Half the people doing the exact same thing. How many of you think bodybuilders are all natural? Even the majority of the natural bodybuilders aren't natural. And so when I plead to the IFBB, add more weight classes, maybe try drug testing. Why do you think that is? Have you not seen classic physique? Oh, it's more for the mainstream. You know, an attainable physique. How many of you can attain C-Bum's physique? Or Mike Sommerfeld? Almost no one. Oh, what about men's physique? The board shorts division. You know, those guys are small. They're all bigger than Coach Greg. And so how are we not adding new categories? At least in women, they added the fit model category, of which many people making fun of. Why? Because somebody can get to that level without abusing drugs? How is that bad? And so why can't we add a new category for men? 20 pounds smaller than classic physique so that maybe somebody who wants to compete can do so without abusing performance-enhancing drugs? Or do we need to let more people die? Do you really think listening to Coach Greg is going to make it worse? It can't make it worse. I'm not saying cancel bodybuilding. There's going to be bodybuilders that are going to be using whatever they want. But if you allow an option, you might maybe, just maybe, let someone stay natural. Do you know someone I know really well that resulted in using steroids because they didn't have a category for him? This guy. I was natural my whole life. 42 shows natural. I won everything. Did they give me a pro card? No. And so what do you think I did? I used and abused performance-enhancing drugs so that I could be like everyone else. I could earn the coveted IBB Pro card. Remember, when I was competing, there was no classic physique, men's physique. There was open men's bodybuilding. And so I ended up using steroids because I wanted to compete with the best of the best. If they would have had smaller categories, I would have stayed natural. I'd be Coach Greg in 2025, 100% natural. But they didn't exist at that time. And so, as Joey Swoll says, we need to do better. You need to do better.
The number one job desired for Gen Z, career in media and entertainment, where you're in the spotlight on Instagram and all the other social media places.
And so the majority of people, that's their dream job. And you know how you get noticed? By standing out. And how do you think they're going to do that in the fitness world? By taking steroids. And at this point in 2025, people literally glorify its use. Back when I was younger, people would lie. I would never take that. It was obvious that they were using steroids, but they would continue to lie. Guys like Michael Hearn, that was the norm. But in 2025, people showing you outright, I'm taking this, I'm taking that. You should take it too. Use my discount code. And so if you show a before photo and you have no muscle, you're fat and so on, you show an after photo where you lost 100 pounds or you gained 50 pounds of muscle, that is very noticeable. And if you use performance-enhancing drugs to help you do that, well, people are going to notice. And so what do you think people are going to do? You're going to use T3, clenbuterol, DNP, diuretics, and you think that's the only thing? What about insulin? And remember, if enough people use anything, somebody gonna die. Why do you think they banned ephedrine? Remember ephedrine? Favorite fat burner from 20 years ago. Well, a certain percentage of people, they couldn't handle it. And so if enough people do anything, well, bad things are gonna happen. And so just because your friend got away with doing it doesn't mean that you will. I think it's really sad what's become of the fitness industry. The pressure to look this good. When I was her age, I didn't feel that kind of pressure. There's a little bit, I was 20, but I didn't scroll the internet and see 1,000 physiques there better than mine. I looked at other people in the gym and thought, yeah, you know, I look pretty good. Now, if I'd been presented with the best physiques in the world, for example, Sam Sulik or Chris Bumstead, the list goes on, I would have thought, I suck. And perhaps if I would have seen that when I was younger, maybe I would have succumbed to those pressures at a much earlier age. Thank goodness I waited until I was in my 30s. At least I was an adult. At least my brain was finished developing and I could make informed decisions. When you use performance-enhancing drugs as a teenager, you're not ready for the consequences. You can't be. You don't understand. You may think you understand, but you're doing so from the vantage point of the previous 18 years of your life. It's not enough. Don't do drugs. Don't. You're not ready. Try to stay 100% natural. There are natural supplements out there. Start with those. I'm not going to name them. This is not about trying to make money. And so I hate to see this. This is a tragic event, and it doesn't need to happen. And frankly, we're lucky that there's only one. There are far more people that were doing the exact same thing, and I bet even worse. And those people, they're just lucky. Lucky that they're still alive. And so if you're using these substances right now, please be careful. Subscribe, click the bell button, comment to boost the algorithm, like the video if you liked it. Don't forget to watch one of those two bloops. And until next time, I am out.
When you're the greatest fighter in the world today, they got a name for you. Chael Sonnen.
Chael Sonnen.
Chael Sonnen.
That was Chael Sonnen.
Chael Sonnen. They don't call you a great fighter. They call you Chael Sonnen. Chael Sonnen. Damn right.
Chael Patrick Sonnen is one of the most notorious.
If I don't find title fights find me. I don't look for main events look for me.
Loudest.
I am the middleweight champion. I beat every champion there's ever been except one.
This is going to be a one-sided pounding, and I'm swinging the hammer.
And most disrespectful UFC fighters ever.
Anderson Silva, you absolutely suck.
The American gangster never pulled his punches.
This is a beatdown.
Inside or outside of the cage.
Tito always says I'm using my mouth to get my opportunities. The only person I know that made money using their mouth is his ex-wife.
His iconic heel persona launched him into superstardom.
I'm like John Jones. I sound like Sean Combs, and I got trombone-sized stones like John Holmes.
and got him 3 separate opportunities for UFC gold. All 3 opportunities stemming from a single promise he made his father.
I'm gonna win the world championship.
And in pursuit of that promise, MMA fans got to witness one of the greatest undefeated, undisputed careers in the history of the sport.
When all is said and done, I will still be undefeated and undisputed.
Kind of. This is a story of crime,
I used to rob banks.
comedy,
I can't let you get close.
failure,
I have one goal. It's to be the world champion, and I'm not backing off that goal.
failure,
I have one goal. It's to be the world champion, and I'm not backing off that goal.
and triumph.
I defended my championship tonight for the first time.
This is how Chael Sonnen became a global mixed martial arts sensation. Chael Sonnen debuted in the UFC in 2005. But wait, the story doesn't start here. Chael Sonnen grew up in a really rough town,
You haven't been to the mean streets of Western Oregon.
and his family had a hard time making ends meet.
There was years where my father didn't even make $100 grand. Or barely made $100 grand. And sure, we had a maid, but she only came twice a week. What do you think happened the other 5 days?
Okay, maybe I exaggerated. You see, part of Chael's heel persona is satirically playing up a harsh upbringing that he didn't have.
We have chaos. We have anarchy at times in West Side.
In reality, he had a nice upbringing with a loving, hard-working family.
My father was a plumber. He got up and worked hard every single day.
His father encouraged Chael's D1 All-American wrestling career, watching him earn silver medals and multiple championships and building a base for Chael's dream, cage fighting. Chael dipped his toe in pro MMA in 1997, getting a decision victory. But after a 5-year hiatus, Chael began to take MMA seriously in 2002, getting 5 victories in a single year and becoming the Danger Zone light heavyweight champion.
I want you people to know I fought in a lot of cities all over the world. There's no place to fight like Portland, Oregon.
But tragedy struck in late 2002 when Chael's father passed away.
When my dad died, the last thing I ever said to him, I said to him, I'm gonna win the world championship.
And thus began Chael's journey to fulfill that promise.
You're getting a good look at Chael Sonnen.
Over the next 3 years, Chael bounced around multiple MMA promotions, fighting 16 times, earning the Gladiator Challenge Light Heavyweight Championship, and advancing his record to 15, 6, and 1. But wait, didn't I say Chael was undefeated? We'll get to that, but first, Chael's UFC debut. At UFC 55 in October 2005, Chael fought in a rematch to Renato Sobral. But unlike their first outing, Chael was submitted in round 2 via triangle choke.
Looks like he's got a triangle here. He's caught. He got him. But afterwards, a great show of respect between these two.
Fortunately, Chael's next outing was a dominant decision win over Trevor Prangley. But the taste of victory was cut short at UFC 60 when Chael faced Jeremy Horn for a 3rd time and submitted to a 2nd round armbar. This unimpressive UFC beginning caused Chael to be released by the UFC, which planted the seed for 2 important principles.
I call it the art of the bad guy.
He had to deliver better performances, and he had to make himself less expendable to the UFC. But for now, Chael had to carve a path back to the UFC.
29-year-old Chael Sonnen.
So he took to Bodog and Sport Fight, quickly racking up a 5-fight win streak with mostly finishes. This new and improved Sonnen made his way to the WEC, immediately finding himself in a middleweight title fight to Paulo Filho in December 2007.
Middleweight title bout between that man, Chael Sonnen, and the defending champion, Paulo Filho.
Paulo was undefeated and considered one of the best middleweights in the world. But in controversial fashion, Chael was on his way to being up 2 rounds against Paulo, but got caught in a late 2nd round armbar. And with 5 seconds left in the round, Chael didn't tap but screamed in pain, which the referee interpreted as a verbal submission, stopping the fight and giving him his first loss in a major title fight.
Frankie put me in a submission. He did a good job of securing it, but I didn't tap.
But the bad guy was determined, returning a few months later to defeat Brian Baker and earn another shot at Paulo Filho.
Chael Sonnen, everybody, proven he's the #1 contender.
But nothing could ever be so easy in Chael's story, as Paulo, the champion, would miss weight ahead of their rematch. And per the rules at the time, the bout became a non-title fight for both men, even though Chael made the weight.
By him not showing up on weight, he took that opportunity away from Chael Sonnen.
Chael proceeded to put on a dominant performance and win a one-sided decision, but did not become a world champion. Paulo apparently mailed his championship belt to Chael out of respect to his rival, but on paper, Chael still didn't fulfill his promise to his father. But there was a silver lining to this.
This year, the Ultimate Fighting Championship and World Extreme Cage Fighting have merged.
It seemed inevitable that eventually they would just say, come on, it's now all the UFC.
We purchased the WC.
More fighters, more weight classes in one organization. organization.
The WEC being purchased by the UFC meant that Chael could begin his title run in the biggest MMA promotion.
Fighting out of Westland, Oregon, USA, Chael Sonnen!
In February 2009, Chael made his UFC return opposite Damian Maia,
Beautiful takedown. Oh, and right into a triangle position.
but found himself on the wrong end of a first-round triangle choke. Rough return for the American gangster, but he had a promise to keep, and he wasn't going to stop until he fulfilled it. But wait, where's the loudmouth Sonnen we've all become accustomed to?
The real champion sits before you today. There's this dirtbag named Anderson Silva. When Anderson Silva walks into a room, you could hear a rat piss on cotton.
That persona really started to develop after his next two fights.
Certainly a very clear, decisive victory for Chael Sonnen.
Chael defeated Dan Miller via unanimous decision, but a one-fight win streak isn't enough to talk trash. As you can see, he was still pretty mild-mannered ahead of his next bout against Yushin Okami.
Okami's he's a tough guy to figure out. Nobody's really had much luck.
And after winning a unanimous decision, he was still a reserved and respectful fighter.
I'm not gonna fight him again, so I'll be a little bit more humble to him.
But ahead of his title eliminator fight against Nate Marquardt, Chael began to set his sights on Anderson Silva.
It really is annoying to hear Anderson talk about himself. You know, I'm sitting at home on my couch going, what'd you do? Who'd you fight in the top 10?
And at UFC 109 on February 10, Chael defeated Nate Marquardt in an exciting fight of the night via unanimous decision.
Congratulations goes to Chael Sonnen.
And now there was only one thing left to do, build a fight against Anderson Silva.
Well, it'll be a verbal beat. Anderson Silva will be in tears before it's all over.
At the time, Anderson Silva was undefeated in the UFC, approaching his 7th title defense and one of the most respected athletes on the planet. But Chael Sonnen did not care.
I'm not in here to get the silver medal or say I one time fought in the main event. I'm here purely to win the world championship, period. Getting to beat up Anderson is just a bonus.
This isn't a fight that's going to be tit for tat. This isn't a war. We're not going to go out and battle each other. This is going to be a one-sided pounding, and I'm swinging the hammer.
Disrespecting the Spider.
I've heard of you. Now, I didn't know I'd ever meet you, but ladies and gentlemen, this is Anderson Silva's fan.
Anderson Silva is easily the most unpopular fighter in this company.
And he still doesn't want to fight me. I became the #1 contender on February 6th. And on
Ooh, I spent a
February
little
7th,
too much gold, but I should be okay.
Have to fight me.
He beat up a math teacher. He beat up a slow and unathletic light heavyweight.
And attacking the champion in a way that not only he had never been attacked,
He doesn't talk to the fans. He doesn't talk to the media. He pretends he doesn't speak English.
This guy's not from a bowing culture. You bow in Brazil, they'll hit you over the head and take your wallet out of your pocket.
I don't fully know what respect means. That sounds like something a kid says in the street after he's getting ready to take your coat and shoes.
I don't want to fight Anderson. I want to beat him down.
but nobody had seen in mixed martial arts.
He's the worst-selling pay-per-view draw in the history of the UFC Championship division.
I'm going to put him on his prissy little ass.
He hasn't accomplished near what I've accomplished in this sport.
This level of trash talk added to the buildup of one of the most anticipated bouts in UFC history.
I would never apologize to Anderson. In a million years, I wouldn't apologize to that guy.
But the question remained, could Chael Sonnen deliver? Well, in the opening round of UFC 117 in 2010, we got our answer. Chael Sonnen brought the fight to Anderson Silva on the feet, until finally taking the Spider down and dominating the rest of the round with ground and pound.
He connected with some vicious strikes.
Over the next 4 rounds, Chael proceeded to dominate the best fighter in the world, controlling him on the ground and relentlessly searching for the finish.
He's got a choke. He's trying to finish the champion.
It really seemed like Chael Sonnen was about to fulfill his father's promise.
Another round for Chael Sonnen in the books. This is 4-0 in my opinion.
And in the 5th round, Chael went right back to the well for more ground control and attacks.
5 minutes away from achieving his lifelong athletic dream.
But with just 2 minutes left in the fight, Anderson Silva threw up one last Hail Mary.
Triangle, watch out, triangle. This is trouble.
And after a short struggle, Chael finally submitted. And in one of the greatest comebacks ever, Anderson
Sword.
Silva retained his title.
We
And a blitzcrank.
planet Earth, and we came down
It's
to the
blitzcrank
two
or
best
nothing.
guys. If you go look at the rankings tomorrow morning, we're still going to be the 2 best guys.
Chael Sonnen is a stud and put on an incredible performance tonight and solidified that he is one of the best in the world and backed up all the smack talk.
We fought for 5 rounds. He gets a submission in the 5th. Now, I didn't understand the rules.
That was a misunderstanding of the rules. In some parallel universe, you can hit a man 300 times.
Whip the man's ass for 25 minutes.
He wraps his legs around your head for 8 seconds.
They declared him the winner.
On the streets of Westland, Oregon, that is not the rules.
I thought if you tapped,
You lost that round.
I'd
did not know that the contest as a whole would come to a conclusion.
So I thought what they would do is they go to a judge's decision. I won the first 4, and then he's going to win the 5th. And we go home, and I'd be the new champion.
And although it is a satirical line, Chael really felt like the UFC champion.
I am the middleweight champion. I defended my championship tonight for the first time, and I am willing to give Anderson a shot at the true belt, the linear belt, the people's belt.
And this would not be his last outing against the Spider. But before we can talk about Chael's next 2 title fights, let's talk about why Chael Sonnen considers himself
This
undefeated.
guy looks so scary.
I've never lost a round of fighting. And when I say that, sometimes the guy will laugh because I've lost some fights. But I've never lost a round. I've never had a fight where a judge ever scored a round against me.
Despite having 26 wins and 11 losses after fighting Anderson Silva, Chael maintained he was undefeated in competition because he dominated most of his fights before losing via stoppage.
2 ergot. 2 more ergot.
I've never had stitches. I've never broken. I've dominated everybody, and I've lost 8 fights. And I lost all of them by submission, and I lost all of them in the second round. There's something going on that I can dominate 8 minutes of a fight, 7 minutes of a fight, 9 minutes of a fight, and find a way out. Time after time after time in the same round with the same move.
And this undefeated mindset brought Chael to meet a sports psychologist.
Real turning point for me is when I went in, worked on sports psychology, got hypnotized. I was never the same. My attitude was different, controlling my diet, being disciplined, falling asleep, the way I approached battle, the way I approached the second round. Everything changed.
And with that mindset and the performance he just delivered, Chael knew he had what it takes to become a UFC champion and make his father proud.
I have one goal, it's to be the world champion, and I'm not backing off that goal.
And he was going to get back in the title picture. There were just 2 massive legal problems in his way. Chael Sonnen had over 17 times the testosterone of a normal man when he fought Anderson Silva, and over 4 times the athlete limit.
You don't have a championship soul because you're a former steroid user.
I told them to retest that. I said, you must have caught me on a low day.
He was fined $2,500, and after several unsuccessful hearings and appeals, Chael was suspended for 1 full year by the Athletic Commission. That put an immediate rematch with Silva out of the question, and since Chael couldn't step in the cage for 1 full year, how would he keep himself busy in the meantime?
I used to rob banks.
Money laundering. As a licensed realtor in Oregon in 2006, Chael allegedly engaged in some shady business dealings that caught up with him in 2011.
What the fuck?
You rob a bank.
Yeah.
That's what got complicated.
He allegedly arranged for a title company to pay $69,000 to a plumbing company owned by Chael's mother. The payment being for repairs to a home that Chael was involved in the sale in. But Chael knew that no repairs would be made, and Chael got $65,000 to pay the home buyer as an incentive for purchasing the home.
Guilty of money laundering.
Allegedly. You told me. No, wait a minute. No, wait a minute. Definitely.
Chael was facing potentially 20 years in prison and a $500,000 fine.
A deal was made with Chael and the government. A deal was made, and Chael quit robbing banks.
But the bad guy pleaded guilty, absorbed a $10,000 fine, and was sentenced to 2 years probation.
Jail time? No jail time. No jail time? $10,000 fine.
For the American gangster, these legal hurdles were just minor distractions on his path to the belt.
UFC 136 alongside Chael Sonnen, who meets Brian Stann.
You said America's favorite gangster. The man that you're fighting at UFC 136 down in Houston may rival you for that All-American Brian Stann.
And upon the end of his suspension, Chael would make his second return to the UFC against Brian Stann.
Get back up. Oh, big Sonnen really teeing off here.
It was a dominant showing for Sonnen with a second-round submission victory.
That's how you make it.
And afterwards, he dropped one of the greatest UFC promos ever.
Anderson Silva, you absolutely suck. The biggest rematch in the history of the business. I'm calling you out, Silva, but we're up in the stakes. I beat you. You leave the division. You beat me. I will leave the UFC forever.
It was clear where Sonnen's sight were set, but he had one more man to beat before earning another title shot.
UFC on Fox 2 alongside Chael P. Sonnen, who faces Michael Bisping this Saturday night.
You know, Aaron, I don't walk around looking into cameras and telling people that I'm the best fighter in the world to hear myself talk. I say it for the same reason they put warnings on the pack of cigarettes. Fighting Chael Sonnen may be hazardous to your health.
How you gonna deal with the man of steel, and how will you react to Sonnen's attack?
I'm the man with the biggest arms. I'm the man with the greatest charm. And I'm the man that came to Chicago to do Bisping a lot of harm. It will be one more in the win column, one more above the mantle, and one more for the bad guy.
Tune in on the 28th, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, and we will find out who the real world champion
Chael faced Michael Bisping in January 2012, and both men clearly wanted the chance to dethrone the Spider.
It's a bad place for Michael Bisping to be.
But Chael edged out Michael Bisping to win a decision and clear up any doubts that MMA fans had.
Joe Rogan, tonight is not for questions for me. This is your night, brother. I want to know how you feel being only inches away from greatness. I want you to tell everybody how it feels. Are you not mesmerized? Do you not have chills going up your spine for the first time on Fox for you to be here in Chael's Octagon on Chael's channel, holding Chael's microphone, interviewing Chael?
I'm pretty excited.
While you're thinking about that, remember this. When you're the greatest fighter in the world today, they got a name for you. They don't call you a great fighter. They call you Chael Sonnen. Beat me if you can.
That was that. Chael Sonnen was the #1 contender and was going to get his rematch. The only thing left, a press tour.
I'm gonna walk out there as soon as I get the chance. I'm gonna wait for him to throw a kick like he always does. I'm gonna put my forehead in his chest, run him into that cage, put him on his prissy little ass, and run this into his head for 25 minutes or until he gives up. He comes out and says, my ribs hurt. Well, of course your ribs hurt, Anderson. Your ribs got the same problem that your hand and feet have. They're attached to a cowardly charlatan named Anderson Silva. It's a funeral of a career, man. This is coming to an end.
Chael spit fire into every microphone he could find.
I'm the people's champion. I am the linear champion. And the best damn middleweight there's ever been.
He's a martial artist. I'm a cage fighter. And there's a tremendous difference.
Champion versus icon. Myth versus legend. Anderson Silva versus Chael Sonnen, the fake guy versus the bad guy.
Letting everyone know he was the rightful champion.
What is that sitting in front of you, and when did you win that?
This is the World Championship title, of which I took from Anderson Silva. And in this country,
Oh, that experiment.
9/10 of the law, finders, keepers, losers, weepers, and if he wants it back, he knows where to find me.
And on Saturday night, it's going to be one more in the win column, one more for the highlight reel, and one more for the bad guy.
If on 7-7 I don't win the world championship, my entire journey is a colossal failure.
And with Bad Blood reaching a boiling point at UFC 148 in 2012, we would finally see the end to the rivalry.
If you want to touch that, do it now. Go back to your corner.
The first round of the rematch played out like every round before.
Takedown by Sonnen. 5 seconds into this fight.
Chael taking the champion to the ground and smothering him with ground and pound. But both fighters returned to their corners unknowingly for the last time in their feud. Chael came out strong in round 2, but after an unsuccessful throw and a spinning back fist, the end was near.
That is an early turning point in this fight. That's a knee.
Chael curled up as the champion ferociously finished the fight.
Bro,
Retained his title,
Ergot is so tanky.
Humble Chael Sonnen accepted the result.
You go out there, you bite down hard on your mouthpiece, and you do the best you can. But you gotta man up sometimes, and
What the fuck?
and deal with it and go the other way too.
4 major world
What the
titles slipped
fuck?
through his fingers, but remember, the bad guy had a promise to keep, and as it turns out, another UFC title was in need of a challenger. Just weeks ahead of UFC 151, Dan Henderson had to pull out of his light heavyweight title bout against John Jones due to injury.
Dan Henderson has a partial tear in his MCL. He saw doctors, and there was nothing we could do.
But luckily for everyone involved, Dan Henderson had a teammate who was more than willing to step in and save the card.
For somebody to fight John Jones on 8 days' notice is tough to do. One guy did. Not only when I called him did he say, I'll take the fight, he said, I'll fly to Las Vegas tonight and fight him. And that was Chael Sonnen.
But interestingly enough, John Jones would not take the fight against Chael per the advice of his coach Greg Jackson.
John Jones said, I'm not fighting Chael Sonnen. And he says he'll fly here tonight to fight the supposed pound-for-pound third best fighter in the world. His coach Greg Jackson says, there's no way you take this fight.
Yeah, Dana was not happy.
This guy is a sport killer. I don't give a what Greg Jackson thinks. This guy's a weirdo, man. Greg Jackson should never be interviewed by anybody ever again except for a psychiatrist.
That caused UFC 151 to be the UFC's first canceled event. John Jones lost grace with the fans, and Chael was praised as a hero.
But here's what I do know. Chael Sonnen would have showed up
I love it.
and fought his ass off.
It's the best comp ever.
Which provided a juicy storyline for Chael Sonnen to talk his way into another title fight.
4 days away from taking on John Bones Jones.
Now introduce him
Worth
quickly.
the wait.
4 days away from taking on John, soon to be former champion Bones Jones.
Soon to be former champion.
Well, I'm going to take my fist, I'm going to run it into his face repeatedly for 25 minutes or until he gives up. This isn't rocket science.
Joe, I don't promote fights, I pick fights. I'm better than John Jones. I'm better than Sean Combs. I am even better than John Holmes.
You haven't fought at light heavyweight since 2005.
I haven't
That's a long
lost
time.
at light
You
heavyweight
haven't lost.
since 2005.
Okay.
Longest undefeated streak in the company today, 8 years.
Cho told any man, woman, and child he could that Jones' perfect title reign stops at the bad guy.
I will be firing the entire time. My name is on the marquee. I'm a bigger draw than Rocky. I'm soon to be champ, and they call me Chael P.
49 Minute tried to take me, and 49 made a slip, and number 50 will be John Jones when I put this on his lip. The best fighters in the world fight on pay-per-view. I don't find title fights find me. I don't look for main events look for me. I'm the most interesting man in the world. I'm the reason Waldo is hiding.
The course is current events. FX Ultimate Fighter just before Justified Tuesday night. One more in the record books, one more in the win column, and one more for the bad guy.
This man, the great Chael Sonnen, will face this man, the youngest champion in the history of the Ultimate Fighting Championship. And it's going to be crazy, ladies and gentlemen, and you're going to want to watch.
You had a promise to your late father that one day you would be the UFC champion. Is that right?
That's fact.
Does that still motivate you to this day as you count down to Saturday?
Yeah, it motivates me every day. It's the only promise I made him I didn't keep.
The two finally stepped in the cage on April 27, 2013. And this might be a spoiler, but Chael Sonnen almost beat the greatest talent in UFC history. Very quickly into the first round, it was John Jones' fight to control.
Jones on top again. 2 for 2 in early takedowns.
The champion took Chael Sonnen down, beat him down,
It seems like John has decided to try to beat Chael Sonnen with his own strategy.
and finished the American Gangster with 30 seconds left in round 1.
John Jones has finished Chael Sonnen.
Oh, I'm sorry, did you miss the part where Chael almost won? Let me show you. During a grappling exchange, John Jones completely broke his toe in a freak accident, and John Jones didn't even notice until after the fight.
All right, I'm here with the champ. Oh, my word. Oh, he's got a broken foot.
This means that if Chael could have survived another 30 seconds, it's not a stretch to say that the cage-side doctor would have pulled John Jones from the competition and rendered Chael Sonnen the champion via doctor stoppage.
If you had just gotten through that round, there was only a few seconds left to go. Who knows what would have happened in a second?
That's one of the craziest what-ifs in the history of the sport. And the crazy thing is, while we are nearing the end of Chael's UFC career, we still have a major controversy, a reality show, and one more run at a title to get to. I mean, along the way, Chael even became an analyst on Fox Sports where his takes were more than polarizing.
I've never seen
Wait a
anyone
minute,
in the
that
history of
redemption might have
America
been
get
better,
so rich
actually.
and so famous out of having complete wimps throwing punch at their faces. And I know what you're saying. You're saying, well, it's happened before. What about Rihanna? Shame on you. Classless. I will not stand for that.
But as for the Octagon, Chael's next fight was in August 2013 against Mauricio Shogun Rua, where Chael earned a first-round submission of the night.
Chael's got it. He's got it. Chael Sonnen.
And proceeded to call out one of the most terrifying fighters to ever live.
Vanderlei Silva. 6 feet tall and 205 pounds. Boy, until I met you, I didn't know they could stack crap that high. Whoa. I will let you know when I'm done, Joe. I just got done with the world champion. If you think I won't add a middle-aged comedian just for the goddamn pleasure of it, you better think again. Vanderlei Silva, 3 months, you were the bad guy.
However, Chael would not yet step in the cage with Vanderlei, and instead faced former champion Rashad Evans at UFC 167 in November 2013, where Chael suffered a first-round TKO loss.
Evans is all over him. He's looking to finish it. Hurricane right there. It's all over.
But Chael turned a loss into an opportunity to get his dream fight by earning a spot as a coach on the Ultimate Fighter Brazil.
I should have gone
opposite
IE
Vanderlei Silva.
instead of Warmock, but that's okay.
The two very clearly did not like each other on this reality show.
I can't let you get close. Can you hear my...
And this was the perfect way to build up their scheduled fight after the show. But if you've learned anything thus far, it's that controversy would surely follow. Vanderlei Silva would be pulled from the fight due to non-compliance with a random drug test. And the bad guy failed his random drug test and was pulled from the fight.
On the heels of a recently failed drug test, UFC title contender Chael Sonnen has announced his retirement from competitive mixed martial arts.
He's done enough in the sport. I think he brought entertainment to it.
He had a good role, and I was excited to be able to see him fight and be part of his generation.
He's done a lot in his career, and if it's his time to go, it's his time to go.
His
retirement. I think he's got a great job with Fox. He's got a great job doing commentating and working in this, in the sport still.
Life is looking very good for Chael Sonnen outside of the octagon.
And in classic fashion, 2 weeks after his announcement, the Athletic Commission revealed that Chael had failed another drug test for several banned substances. This resulted in the termination of his UFC analyst role on Fox Sports and a 2-year suspension from mixed martial arts competition. But who cares? Chael was officially retired, right?
Yeah, I got a phone call, said you want to fight Tito on January 21st. My wife said we didn't have anything going on, so I came out to California.
Yes, Chael Sonnen had one more run at a world title, this time in Bellator, starting with former UFC champion Tito Ortiz. And of course, the outcome drew a ton of controversy. The two met in January 2017, and Chael was submitted in round 1 via rear naked choke.
That's it!
But wait, where was the controversy? Well, just moments prior to the submission, Chael was attacking Tito, and it appears there may have been a physical tap, and maybe even more.
He yelled "Pap," and that's hard. I let the position
You're saying he verbally tapped?
Yeah.
But still, the loss remained, and Chael still had a score to settle with Vanderlei Silva. And despite getting knocked down in the first round, Chael dominated the rest of the fight.
Chael, the American Gangster, Sonnen.
But Chael still had more to prove, entering the Bellator Heavyweight Grand Prix and defeating former UFC champion Quinton Rampage Jackson via decision, and setting up his next fight with Fedor Emelianenko.
Frank Mir and Fedor Emelianenko. Boys, neither one of you is the best, but one of you is next.
But the arguable heavyweight GOAT was a tall order, and Chael was finished by Fedor in round 1. But Chael had one more run left in him. Chael's plan was simple: return to light heavyweight and carve a path to Ryan Bader for one more world title fight. But the path would be derailed with a second round flying knee that finished
I had
the bad
a
guy.
really good bruiser run. I love bruisers in any set, honestly.
I had a hell of a lot of fun. I had a good run. Scott Coker gave me a 5-fight deal. He let me honor all 5 fights.
Okay, this guy just seems like an entertaining guy. Like, oh wow, I got spoiled. Oh yeah, this I need to watch. I need to finish
This
this.
video is sponsored by Squarespace. I love crustaceans. I love keeping them in tanks and watching them do their weird crabby lobstery stuff. I love their beady little eyes and their creepy little hands, and I love eating their sweet, flaky meat. When it comes to insects, I can appreciate them. I am certainly fascinated by them. But like most humans, I am at least a little bit afraid of them and more than a little repulsed by the idea of eating them. On its face, this double standard that I apply to crabs versus bugs makes no sense considering that they are the same basic thing. Insects are crustaceans. That is the mainstream phylogenetic view nowadays. Not all crustaceans are insects, but all insects are crustaceans, or at least pancrustaceans. Every animal in this steamer basket is now considered under the taxonomic umbrella Pancrustacea. They're all in the same clade, and believe it or not, bugs taste like crabs too, if you eat them a certain way. I'm gonna show you. The big difference between insects and like land crabs, like my vampire crabs here, is how recently their ancestors first crawled up out of the water. This is, of course, a profound oversimplification, but big picture, aquatic crabs probably first started colonizing dry land like 200 million years ago. Insects have been on dry land since about 500 million years ago, and they are, in many ways, more adapted to life in the open air. Most obviously, a lot of them have wings, which don't do you much good underwater. Crabs have gills, whereas insects don't have any kind of lung-like apparatus at all. This is, again, an oversimplification, but rather than having a whole like pulmonary system like we have, what insects have more so is basically just vent holes. They're covered in these teeny little tubes called trachea that allow oxygen from the atmosphere to just kind of lung-like apparatus at all. This is, again, an oversimplification, but rather than having a whole like pulmonary system like we have, what insects have more so is basically just vent holes. They're covered in these teeny little tubes called trachea that allow oxygen from the atmosphere to just kind of diffuse into their tissues. It is more complicated than that, but this may be one reason why insects tend to be so small, which is a factor that has major culinary implications. There actually used to be giant insects. About 300 million years ago, there was proportionally a lot more oxygen in the atmosphere, and that is thought to have supported gigantism among a lot of land animals, including dinosaurs and also bugs. Especially if you're an animal that respirates in a relatively passive way, as bugs do, that really could have supported just much larger bodied organisms like this dragonfly from about 300 million years ago that I'm presenting roughly in scale with my body. Big sucker. You could probably have cut some nice meaty medallions off of that thorax. Weight may have also provided some downward evolutionary pressure on insect size. One defining feature of pancrustaceans, and indeed all arthropods, is their exoskeletons. It's simply easier to haul around a giant heavy set of armor amid the buoyancy of water. There are other hypotheses about why insects tend to be so small. One is that large flying insects may have been outcompeted by flying dinosaurs, aka birds. Remember that dino nuggets literally are dino nuggets. But however it happened, even the biggest insects on Earth today are still small enough that you can't get much meat out of them. There's just not much muscle tissue hiding under that armor. So, when we do eat insects, as in the case of these crickets, we usually eat the whole body, shell and all. When Mexican cooks make chapulines, which are usually grasshoppers, and they don't usually buy them from the pet store, and they usually marinate and fry them crispy after boiling them to kill them. After that, they fry them crispy, and that makes sense, because if you're going to eat a pancrustacean with its exoskeleton intact, well, you want to lean into that crunchy texture. Frying is better than steaming, let me tell you. That exoskeleton, by the way, is mostly made of chitin, kind of similar to cellulose in plants. It's an indigestible, fibrous molecule of the animal world instead of the plant world. It's animal fiber. And in yet another example of how fungi are more similar to animals than they are to plants, mushrooms are also held together with chitin rather than cellulose. Especially in these woody stems, chitin is really tough stuff, which is one reason why you can only cook mushrooms down so much. Eventually you're just kind of left with leather. A crab claw is also clad in chitin, which would make it inedible.
Oh my god, what a whatever.
Size. It's
Bad
big
habit.
enough to where it is practical to crack open the exoskeleton and remove it, allowing you to slide out pure muscle tissue, pure meat. Eating a bug like these beetle larvae from the pet store, this is like eating a tiny crab with the hard shell and the internal organs and everything fully intact, which is kind of disgusting to me and lots of other people, though some people do eat soft-shell crabs whole. Let's say we took these cooked larvae, soft-shell crabs, with the hard shell and the internal organs and everything fully intact, which is kind of disgusting to me and lots of other people, though some people do eat soft-shell crabs whole. Let's say we took these cooked larvae and we squeezed out their meaty insides like toothpaste. People do this with a rolling pin to get the meat out of smaller crab legs. That is pure bug meat, no shell. How does it taste? Like crab. Seriously, when you isolate the muscle tissue of bugs, it tastes like crab or shrimp, except without the taste of the sea in there. There's no fishy taste in there, it's just the taste of the meat. This should be hardly surprising that crabs and bugs are basically the same thing. So I think that speaks to one reason why so many people are repulsed by the idea of eating insects. We generally don't like eating the whole animal, particularly not ones with shells. I keep lots of tiny ornamental shrimp in my cube here. They are small enough to where I could probably choke them down whole, shells and all, if I wanted to. I just would probably not want to. But there's got to be something else going on there, right? Because I'm not scared of shrimp in the way that I am scared of bugs, even though shrimp are water bugs. That's just what they are. Well, maybe it's because the shrimp live in a different plane of existence than I do. They live in the water, separated from me and my dry world. They are effectively contained. I don't worry about my shrimp crawling out of the tank and swarming me. But that cannot be the whole explanation either. Like, I was just on the Gulf Coast digging up mole crabs, sometimes called sand fleas. These guys live in the sandy water, filter feeding along the beach, and yet they do creep me out a little. Maybe because their little digging legs kind of tickle you in a way that's creepy. Plus, they don't have faces that remind me of, myself. These tiny little white crabs that live just further up on the beach, these don't creep me out at all. Maybe because their little eyes stare back at me anthropomorphically, triggering my parenting impulses. I want to take care of them. Then again, show me a spider virtually the exact same size and shape as this crab, and I would probably freak out. Why? Now granted, spiders are not insects. They have 8 legs. Insects have 6. They're hexapods. However, they're all land arthropods, right? And one feature of land arthropods is they very often are poisonous in some way. A lot of them have developed venom and other kinds of poisons for self-defense and for hunting, right? Hunting. In contrast, crustaceans, like, I think the first documented case of a venomous crustacean was
I think I'm gonna
10
go.
years ago, something like that. It's a very rare phenomenon among aquatic crustaceans. So I reckon all of those factors combined explain well enough why I love my electric blue crayfish.
I'm gonna go
and I
automata.
sometimes fantasize about boiling him and eating him with drawn butter, while in contrast, these perfectly harmless crickets freaked me out when I spilled them and they started hopping all around my kitchen. I suppose we all have an instinctive fear of any animal present in large enough numbers that they could swarm and overwhelm us. Maybe I'll be freaked out by the dozens of baby crabs that I'm hoping to breed in my new crab sink. It's just a kitchen sink. The water pours down from a filter output above, it falls through the bottom drain and into that white pipe at the back there, where it then drops back down again through my whole trough system and back into the filter intake that is inside the trough. I am proud of that little invention, and assuming it actually works, I might wish to promote it on the internet with a website, courtesy of Squarespace, sponsor of this video. Unless you want to forever confine yourself to the sink of some unpredictable billionaire's social media platform, you need an actual website of your own where people can find you, see some of your work, buy products and services from you, or even buy paywalled content. Squarespace kind of combines the ease of a social platform with the virtues of controlling and owning your own page. Squarespace has easy drag and drop tools to throw something together in minutes. It integrates all the back-end stuff that you need to sell things and to take people's money. Squarespace will also register your domain name for you and host your website for you. It's free to start building something yourself, but when you're ready to molt out of your shell and go public with it, do your buddy Goose a favor. Save 10% on a new website or domain with my code RAGUSIA at checkout. Save 10% at squarespace.com/Ragusia. Thank you, Squarespace. Now, it's time for the Where Are They Now epilogue. The remaining would-be Chapelinas I simply released into the yard because, like I always tell my kids, we never hurt an animal for no good reason. The beetle larvae are an invasive species where I live, or at least they're a pest species, so that is a good reason to hurt them, or in my case, feed them to the koi, one by one, so that I could verify that they all got. Oh my god, look at these two fish. They're gonna kiss, just like Lady and the Tramp. adorable.
If you're standing up, you're going to want to sit down. You're going to want to take a seat for this news. It's hard-hitting. Like getting a call that Meemaw slipped and fell, except this isn't sad news. This is truly just baffling news. Right now in the chess community, there is a cheating scandal that's been going on for a couple weeks now that is so nefarious and so dubious, it'll have you questioning everything in your life. You won't know what's real and what's fake anymore once I reveal this to you. You'll start wondering if your parents are even your real biological parents, you know? It's gonna change your universe, you know? You'll start wondering, is the queen even dead? It goes so deep beyond chess. Like, I don't care if you have no interest in chess whatsoever, I really think this cheating scandal is still going to be captivating to you. Now, if you watch my streams, twitch.tv/moistcritical, feel free to stop in, stream every day, put a few extra inches on your penis. I've been following this since it happened, since ground zero, patient zero. The day that this began, I was actively following it on stream and going over everything as it developed. And now we've reached the point where it's spiraled so far out of control that it's just inducing madness. I feel like that scene in It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia where he's got like the corkboard with all of the evidence and everything pointing to one name, Pepe Sylvia. Like, it's become so convoluted and crazy. I just need to give you a quick spoiler to get you hooked on this story. The cheating allegations involve high-tech anal beads vibrating in a chess grandmaster's ass to transmit the best possible moves in order to win a match. That's the level of wildness we're dealing with here. I can't wait to share it, so let's get into it. I can't show any clips from the actual chess tournament where all this took place, or even subsequent clips of interviews, because as I understand it, they're very strict with that. So I'm just going to have to paint a picture with words and show you some corresponding tweets and articles and everything. So in a nutshell, what happened is the #1 chess player in the world, Magnus Carlsen, was competing in a tournament and was facing off against Hans Niemann, a very strong grandmaster, however not nearly to the level of Magnus Carlsen. This should have been an absolute steamroll. Everyone expected Magnus to just blue waffle Hans here, just kind of a throwaway, especially considering that Magnus Carlsen was playing the white pieces. For those that aren't familiar with chess, white pieces move first. And in the upper echelon of chess, that's a difference maker. It's a huge advantage. So you have the best player in the world with an advantage facing off against the lowest rated player in the tournament. You'd expect a fat W from Magnus here. But that's not the result that we got in this dimension. I'm sure in every other multiverse out there, Hans Niemann lost this match. But in this one, the one that we currently reside, Hans Niemann won. He beat Magnus Carlsen. So that alone was enough to raise eyebrows, but what set off the cheating allegations and all of this speculation was the subsequent interview. When Hans Niemann was interviewed about this absolutely colossal triumph, he gave a questionable interview that was a little weird, kind of all over the place. And you'd expect that because he's young. Hans Niemann is a 19-year-old kid. You know, he's not like a chiseled old veteran, you know, he doesn't have like a graying goatee, he's not like a fucking Master Roshi or anything, like, so you'd kind of expect him to be a little scatterbrained here, which is what I thought. You know, now granted, I'm not like a chess authority, I'm not a top player, I'm a fucking tiny pea-brained 1100 player, but even still, you know, it's a young man who just pulled off one of the biggest upsets in chess history. I wouldn't have expected him to give a fully buttoned-up interview and analysis, but during the interview, he said that he actually studied the line Magnus played against him beforehand, which was setting off all kinds of alarm bells. Now, keep in mind, this is a massive upset. The chess community was more willing to believe the Earth was flat than believe Magnus Carlsen lost with the white pieces. So they were already a little on edge with some question marks, and when Hans Niemann said that he had actually studied Magnus's line, everyone immediately flocked to the chess database to see when Magnus played this line prior, and it seems he'd only ever played it once. So a lot of people were questioning, why would Hans Niemann study this line when it's not something Magnus is known for, it's not something he's ever really played before? Why would Hans Niemann have just studied this right before the tournament? So then they start picking apart the interview and noticing that some of the things Hans was saying weren't fully correct. And keep in mind, these aren't just like normal spectators, I'm talking grandmasters. Like the best of the best chess players were all opining on the situation and giving their perspective on it. And then Magnus Carlsen made this tweet which really set everything off. Magnus Carlsen announced that he was withdrawing from the tournament following his loss to Hans Niemann, and then posted that very famous YouTube clip of the coach saying, "If I say anything, I'm going to be in trouble, so I'm not going to say anything." And obviously this is an insinuation of foul play. That's how the chess community took it. That's how pretty much any sensible person would take it. Him tweeting this out with the "if I say anything I'm in trouble" and withdrawing immediately had everyone believing that Magnus Carlsen was softly accusing Hans of cheating. Following this, the biggest chess streamer in the world, Hikaru Nakamura, explained on stream that Hans Niemann had actually been banned from chess.com before for cheating during some matches. Shortly after all the cheating accusations came to light, Hans Niemann was then banned from chess.com. So, now you're all caught up to speed on what exactly happened, but you're questioning, how could he have possibly cheated? And that's where this conspiracy goes fucking insano style. The leading theory across all of the major outlets is Hans Niemann was using anal beads that vibrated to instruct him what moves to make against Magnus Carlsen in the match. I'm not fucking kidding. This is the leading theory on how Hans Niemann cheated against Magnus Carlsen. So in order to fully digest this entree, I'm going to need to explain how cheating in chess can possibly work. A lot of them are galaxy brain schemes. Now, for those that aren't familiar with chess, there's engines. There's basically chess bots that will always know the best possible moves in any given situation, any position on the board.
What
One of them's called
the
Stockfish.
fuck?
So Stockfish has actually been modified in order to fit in someone's shoe. And this was tested by an independent player who put the Stockfish bot in his shoe. He calls it Sockfish. And it was able to transmit the best possible moves for his match. And it worked to a pretty decent degree of success, though of course needed further refining. But the technology does exist. It worked by sending pulsing to his foot that would basically work like Morse code. So it would pulse and tell him what position to move what piece and where. So pretty fucking cool. Now obviously that's illegal. You can't sneak a chess bot to play for you. It's cheating, but I think the point of this experiment was to show that it is possible. And he didn't do this in like a legitimate match. He revealed to his opponent, who found it humorous. But it is pretty impressive technology, so it's not far-fetched to think that anal beads couldn't accomplish the same thing as James Stanley's Sockfish. If you take the same idea, where you take Stockfish in the Raspberry Pi for the shoe and use it for your asshole, it could send vibrations or pulses through your rectum and work the same way as Sockfish. It would vibrate your colon in a way that would tell you the position to move on the board. So it can exist. Like, it's not super far-fetched. Like, we're not in the realm of sci-fi. It's not a fantasy. You could technically
What
make
the fuck,
some
Moist
kind of
Critical?
butt plug that runs Stockfish and just have it vibrate Morse code for where you should move your pieces. It can, theoretically exist. Now, whether or not Hans Niemann had a butt plug or anal beads in that did this, it's up for anyone's guess. Only God knows, and only Hans Niemann's butthole knows. The thing with chess cheating is you can never be 100% sure either way. Because for a grandmaster to cheat, they'd only really need to hear one thing, a cough, that indicates there's a tactic on the board, or anything, because they're all so good. If they just have even the slightest hint that there's something there, they will find it pretty quickly. So no one's 100% sure how prevalent cheating is. However, there's only been a few cases of cheating being caught at the top level. The most famous being about a decade ago during an Olympiad. There was a very high IQ plot to cheat where the teammate would send a coded text to another teammate, and then they would sit at a particular table which corresponded to a position on the board, and judging by where they were sitting, the player would then know what moves to make, fundamentally. So by changing where they were sitting, they were transmitting information to the player, which obviously isn't allowed. Very galaxy brain shit, but this was caught and they did receive punishment for it. So yeah, it has happened before, but it's not something common. Now let's get back into
What
this
the
case
fuck am
specifically.
I
Hans
actually
Niemann's been
listening to,
very
though?
outspoken. He's addressed all the rumors and every outlandish claim imaginable. He's been very open with everything. Now, I want to give my personal perspective here, and I've talked about it on stream. I don't think Hans Niemann cheated. I really don't. The security was super
What
tight
the
at this event,
fuck?
and they
He
were
said
very
tight.
thorough with their checks. In chess, they have checks to
Bro.
make sure that you're not smuggling in anything illegal or anything unsavory, unprofessional. Nothing that would give you an advantage. So, during the beginning of this match, I can't show you the clip, but I'll show you a quick picture. They had a guy with a wand scanning Hans's entire body, top to bottom, even going as far as to investigate his gums, even checking his shoes, probably looking for sockfish, checking every nook and cranny of Hans Niemann's body without actually doing a cavity search. You know, he didn't give him like the Naruto 1,000 years of pain up the asshole or anything, but he came pretty close. And he didn't find anything. So I just think it's highly unlikely Hans Niemann was able to pull a fast one on the chess organization here. I don't think he was able to smuggle in any secretive nanobot anal beads, because I feel like that would have been picked up by the wand this guy was scanning him with. So again, I think he went all natural
Yeah,
here.
it would have won with 2
Fully
Sayako. Not sure.
biological, no augments. I don't think he cheated bringing a bot in or anything like that. Now, Hans Niemann has given yet another interview going more in depth on cheating allegations from his past. Hikaru brought up that he was banned by chess.com for cheating in some matches, and Hans Niemann does confirm that when he was younger, he did cheat in some online matches. He says they were unrated matches. It was back when he was younger, trying to grow his stream, and he had cheated back when he was like 12 years old as well in, again, online format, but has said he has never cheated in over-the-board chess. And this was very brave of him to be so open with his past of cheating online, because that's just one of those things that you don't really see a lot of people just tackle headstrong. That's something a lot of people bury. And I guess he was kind of forced to here since it was brought to light. But I still think being that transparent with it is pretty impressive, even if it is to the detriment of his career. I don't know how it's going to affect it going forward. Him being that open, I think, is pretty strong. And he is defending the legitimacy of his over-the-board career. In response to Hans Niemann's interview, Chess.com put out a statement saying that he will remain banned and that they had evidence that contradicts some of the statements he made, but Chess.com has yet to put forth that evidence for people to see. So as of right now, he's still banned and the evidence is hidden. And now I want to make it clear, not every Grandmaster is saying that Hans cheated. It's some of them that are standing strong that it's very suspicious how he beat Magnus. Some of them are claiming that all of his moves are a little too in line with moves that the chess bots make. But there are still a lot that support Hans, saying that, you know, Magnus just didn't play that well that day. So it's really just full back and forth here. But since the anal bead theory broke, there was even an offer for Hans Niemann to play naked for $1 million to prove he didn't cheat. This anal bead theory is what's really taken hold from the cheating scandal here. And it all started as a meme. I don't think a lot of these publications did their due diligence here. The anal bead theory was just kind of a joke on the chess subreddit. There was very few people that legitimately believed it. They just started talking about it just because it was silly. But a lot of these publications have picked it up as if it's something believable. And yeah, theoretically, it could exist, but I still find it very unlikely that it does. But the point is, it started as just a joke that's now become something much bigger. And Hans Niemann said he'll fucking play naked to prove he hasn't cheated. Like, he's being a good sport about the anal bead stuff. He said he'll just play full bare-ass chess to prove that he is an innocent man when it comes to over-the-board chess games. Now, I'd like to just briefly give my opinion on Magnus Carlsen's tweet, because that's what really turbocharged all these cheating accusations here. He made that tweet and then went complete radio silence. He hasn't spoken out about this since, when he's the one that really, you know, kicked the shit in the septic tank here and let it fester. I think it's a little, you know, embarrassing to make that tweet and then have no follow-up. He just very slyly insinuates Hans may have been cheating. He withdraws from the tournament, which is no small thing, mind you. That's a big gesture. But refuses to actually come in here and give his stance on it when he's the one that kind of started most of it. I think that's a little sad. I would like if Magnus Carlsen would elaborate on why he made that tweet and what it's exactly in reference to. Is he accusing Hans of cheating? Does he think Hans cheated? Or did everyone misinterpret his tweet? I don't like the ambiguity of it. I would really appreciate, and I think most people would appreciate, if he elaborated a bit on his position, since he's the one that, you know, he threw out the first move here going for like a scholar's mate, potentially. So why not explain it a little more thoroughly? You know, tell us the line. But anyway, I just wanted to quickly get that out there because, you know, I feel kind of strongly about that. But overall,
I'm gonna watch another Penguin video. So what's that? Honestly,
While Season 2 Charlie may have retired at the conclusion of the season, the finale, as you might recall, I did mention that we did have a lost tape, and I was going to save it for a rainy day, like deep into the future when many people forgot, you know, all about Season 2, you know, when we're into like Season 10 or 11, you know, all that. But I accidentally almost deleted it today, and it's probably safest if I just post it now. So I know we're already deep into Season 3, but let's just take a moment to remember the glory and the beauty that was Season 2 with a brand spanking new installment. And remember what could have been if the network didn't shut down Season 2 early.
Today we're looking at Aussie Man, an Australian man who decided to go for a little joyride. We're talking about an Australian man being chased down by police doing 100 kilometers, a whopping 100 kilometers, get this, on an e-scooter.
PogChamp Echo, no cap. No cap. Echo's MVP.
Already, we can see the stance, the pure form of the way this man decided to be on this e-scooter. You crouch down, hidden dragon, immediately. The man knew what he was coming for. He knew what he was going to do immediately, and it turned out to be such a glorious moment. I can only praise this man, first of all, for getting on the highway on a scooter. That's already bold as is. But to have committed a crime, allegedly. I have no idea what this man did before this, but I know that this part is a crime. This part right here is an actual crime. James Cole. It's already a spy name. It's already a spy name. James Cole.
Who the fuck is
it's either spy or porn. You don't, you know, you got two one-syllable names. That's a spy or a porn actor. Star. Actor. Porn actor. Once you get into the porn star, you start adding like wild or steel or, you know, you got to put an X in there, like a Max or Jax, something like that. He'd be Jax Cole if it was porn. So, yeah, petty thief. So, you know, man could have stolen
some Garens.
Ninja. Man could have stolen a Ducati, something like that. You know, could have got some mad strokes out of any engine. But guess what? Something about this scooter.
I think I'll just lose if I fucking put in.
Not one, but two police could not stop.
Yeah, I think that's the best I could do.
There's nothing you can do. Jax Cole is on the move, baby. In the crime position, this is futile. The attempts. Just go back home. There's better things to be doing. Jax Cole is on the move. Two officers on motorbikes are trying to stop this man. Oh, my man has turned it on, okay? This isn't even his final form. Standing up now. Oh, evasive maneuvering. Captain, I'm giving her all she's got. Set thrusters to max. No way they're catching them now. What are you guys on? What are you guys on? They have no idea what these Hondas. That's not gonna work. Pull over. No, it's not gonna work. That's not how Jax Cole rolls, baby. There's nothing holding this man back. Big balls on this guy. And that's why he does porn, I think, probably. You gotta give him some kind of credit. He saw the family on their bikes. They're having a nice bike day. And Jax just decided to...
This guy looks really tough.
There's no collision. There's no anything. They didn't jump out of the way. They didn't have to jump out of the way. That was precaution. I get it. but he was courteous enough to give him a wide turn. Thrusters on max. He could have spun out. He could have spun out, but he was willing to take that chance. If you don't, evasive maneuvering. Evasive maneuvering. Oh, this is magic. This is so much magic that two cops cannot catch this one man on a
How is he so on point?
I don't know if they're waiting on battery to deplete. I don't know if they're, but a whopping 100 kilometers.
Bro, I literally can't tell. Like the way he acts, it's
I
just
think it's more
exactly.
amazing to me that Jax Cole has not had an ounce of training in his life. I'm assuming this. But
Oh shit, Warwick.
who have gone through extensive training, so many programs that it took them years to get into the academy. It took them years to go through the training of becoming a motorcycle cop. It took them years to master
What is this
the art
Where's Conquer? Yeah, he's really strong. This guy's gonna fuck me.
a motorcycle and chasing criminals on said motorcycles. And Jax Cole is outmaneuvering them at every turn. He's back in the... Jax Cole immediately back into the prime position. Aerodynamically superior to these cops. They got too much surface level. The wind is hitting them. It's not working out. They can't change position. Jax Cole back into crime position number 1. Aerodynamically superior in every single way. This is why this man is going to be great one day. Caught or not, this man's going to be a great criminal at some point. He's got the moves. He's got the moves. Up, down, side, side. Oh, it's criminal how good he is.
Oh, I really have to verse this guy again. Oh. Well, I'm just gonna put in 6 automata because I can. I don't know what's so good about it, but
I cannot believe they just pushed him. They just pushed him. After all that chase, that is so far. Correct me if I'm wrong, but is there a roadside test to see if you have methamphetamine in your system? I don't think so. In your system? Is there a breathalyzer for meth? So it turns
Justice.
out that good old Jax was just late to work. Allegedly. It's what he's claiming. He's just late to work. I can understand that.
no. 3rd, 4th? 4th. That was fun.
He said you crashed into my bike. That
I was level 10 too.
What? Wait, you pushed him.
Yeah, Watchers are
kept
definitely
going.
the
You saw him
strongest
turn around.
combat.
You ran into
Like,
him and you said
I didn't
you
have any
crashed
3
into my
stars.
bike. That was. We need to run the tape again on that one. I'm a little skeptical about that one. exactly what I thought. You kept going towards him after you saw him turned around. That's, you ran into my bike. It's crazy. So turns out good old Jax Cole pleaded guilty. 7 counts. Of what? I don't know. 7 counts of being a badass. But just want to talk about that a bit. That's about it. See ya.
Why I retired from chess?
I don't know if I've ever mentioned this in a video, but I certainly have on stream for the last few years. I retired from chess. It'd be like Tom Brady walking away after winning his first Super Bowl, and many people have felt the absence of Charles in the chess community for years. It's the whole reason I'm making this video, because people have been asking, when am I coming back? I'm still asked every single day on stream, when am I playing chess again? Have I been practicing? Why don't I play chess anymore? What's going on? I'm not coming back. I have permanently retired from chess. You can hang that jersey in the rafters. And the reason for it isn't because I fell out of love with the game. In fact, quite the opposite. I was too in love with the game. I was obsessed with it. I was living and breathing chess. I close my eyes and I'm imagining the Sicilian. It was like, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I was
Sicilian.
thinking about chess more than Garrett thinks about pussy. And
Who's Garrett?
eventually, I just concluded that this was really bad for my soul. So I had to pop the needle out of my veins and just cold turkey quit chess altogether, because I was pulling tons of all-nighters, just spamming puzzles and spamming the ladder, and it was just taking its toll on me. I was just constantly chasing the high from the fucking chess tournament where I made history with the throbbing mate, checkmating XQC in 6 moves. That is my version of that dude that peaked in high school playing quarterback for the state championship. Like, that right there is a moment 50 years from now I'll be telling my grandkids about, and I'll be showing them like black and white footage of the day that it happened. Like, still probably like one of my favorite memories next to like being born. Not that I remember that, but that was a pretty important moment in my life, I would say. Point is, I loved chess too much. There'd be some days where I'd spend like 9 or 10 hours just doing puzzles, watching chess theory, and playing games on the ladder. And I would like forget to eat. It was pretty bad. Like it really was like a full-blown red alert addiction. And honestly, if I was just more intelligent and more gifted at chess, it would have been a really productive addiction. With the amount of hours I was pumping into it, I could have been getting up to like the 2K. But I was plateauing and truly stuck at like 1100, and I could never get beyond it. So I wasn't really like progressing or anything. It's just I felt like Sheen in Jimmy Neutron when he gets like the giant mega mind. Like it was just being crammed full of like chess information and theory, but I lacked the talent to actually utilize it properly and climb and get really good at the game. So I just stayed in like the 1100 Elo hell, and I could not leave. And unlike other games with Elo hell, it was entirely my fault. And I couldn't deal with that. Like, I couldn't handle not being able to push the blame onto teammates or factors outside of my control. Because unfortunately, chess is the great equalizer. If shit goes tits up, you got no one but yourself to blame. I couldn't use any excuses for my inability to climb. And that hurts. That sucks. When you have to take that hard look in the mirror and realize it's you that's preventing you from achieving the greatness. I didn't like it. I didn't like that reflection. So, I spent way too many sleepless nights playing the game, and it was just, I started to feel miserable, and I was like always mad, like on edge. Like, it just wasn't worth it. Like, I'd go to dinner with my parents from time to time, and I'd be watching like chess on my phone. Like, especially if there was a tournament going on, I'd be like studying Grandmaster moves as if I could ever do anything like that. And like these really complicated checkmating patterns that I would never actually see. Like, it was a lot. So I stopped, and now I have to do my best to like not fall off the wagon, because if I watch like too many chess videos in a week, it's like the Green Goblin's mask calling out to Willem Dafoe. Like, I can't fight the urge. And I have relapsed a couple of times, but luckily I've maintained enough, strength of will to pull myself away after like a day or two of starting to spiral. And now I just live with that little demon on my shoulder that will occasionally whisper the sweet sounds of a couple of chess games. Actually, a few months back, I was at a bar and they had like a chessboard set up there for some reason. And one of my buddies asked me if I wanted to play a game against him. I was like, no, I shan't. I couldn't do that. Because I knew just that one little casual over-the-board match would have been enough to send me on a degenerate week-long spiral of in my fucking shit-stained underpants doing nothing but playing chess in my dark room. And I gotta tell you, it was very enticing because when someone did take him up on the challenge, he mentioned that he plays the Scotch opening. And I heard that, and I started sweating bullets. I started profusely sweating. Like freaking out. The Scotch? But I fought it off, and now I've maintained my sobriety. Point is, I retired from chess not because I, fell out of love or had no more passion for the game, but it's because I just had a complete obsession with it that was detrimental to my health. Like, I am, like, competitive in, like, for the most part. Like, I'm a pretty competitive guy, especially, like, when it comes to esports and everything like that. And chess was just this perfect cocktail of everything that tickles my brain. That makes me get really serious about it. And I'm at my happiest when I'm just mediocre at every game that I touch, because then I can get a little, heated on rivals when I'm climbing in Grandmaster, but, I'm not there under this notion that I'm going to reach, one above all, top-ranked player or anything. So in Rivals, I'm not out there studying everything, and I'm not spending 10 hours, 12 hours a day doing nothing but,
If I could get that AP, it's fucking game over. Not gonna lie.
Chess was just this really special beast that was consuming my life. Like, legitimately. Most of my waking hours were spent practicing chess and learning as much as I could, and then making things in between training sessions. So it was a lot, and I just don't have the strength of will to casually play chess, so I don't like hop on for a few games here and there, because the second I do, it's a Winter Soldier event. I'm fucking flipped on, and I go right back into like trying to climb to 2K, which just didn't make me happy. Like, I wasn't happy playing that much, staying up that many sleepless nights in a row, striving for that goal. So it didn't make sense for me. In a lot of ways, and I've compared it to this on stream, it was like when I was hard addicted to League of Legends. League of Legends, and I feel like a lot of people relate to this specifically with League. League of Legends is a game where you'll put tons and tons of time in to climb to whatever goal you want to achieve. And when you fall short, that shit sucks. It can just put a damper on your day. Like having one 45-minute game that ends up going the other team's way, you lose. Man, that shit just really feels bad. You wasted so much time, you're now backwards from where you wanted to go, and then it puts you in tilt mode, and you queue up again, and it's probably going to be just as bad the next time around. Like, it's just one of those things where it was never really making me, like, excited. Winning wasn't feeling super good because I'd always be focused on things that I did wrong in the match, like, oh, I had a hanging bishop in the early game, I didn't play the opening as well as I should have, I could have won earlier.
Okay, I need a
So
Swain.
winning wasn't feeling great. A similar phenomenon
I need a
happens in
Swain.
League where you'll win like an absolute fucking slobber knocker, and you'll be like, damn, that doesn't feel good because we could have won 10 minutes earlier. I had to carry a bunch of stinkers. So winning didn't feel great, but losing felt devastating. That's the kind of cycle I got in with chess. So I prefer to like have fun, and my obsession with the game made it stop being fun, which is why I ultimately decided to just stop indulging in chess as much as I was. So yeah, I don't stream it anymore, I don't play in tournaments. I do still keep up with chess, like I do still watch events in moderation. I don't want to overindulge, but I do still, for the most part, pay attention because I really, really, really like chess. So, yeah, that's about it. So, yeah. I have covered so many scams on my channel for well over a decade now, and I'm not pulling your leg or exaggerating when I tell you that the one I'm about to go over I find to be the most ridiculous yet. Not in terms of how intricate or in-depth the scam is. It's not some galaxy brain supervillain scheme. It's your standard, classic, pump-and-dump cryptocurrency hogwash. However, it was run by
Alright, I'm
an
going
online
Watcher.
pastor and his wife, and they brought in over $3 million and personally pocketed over $1 million into their own little piggy
Holy
bank.
fuck, these
And
are the worst
basically,
item
they
I can
led
ask
their
for.
followers to believe that God would make them extremely wealthy if they put their money into Index Coin, which was their cryptocurrency. I've mentioned this before, but I used to be extraordinarily religious. I actually got baptized twice because I was concerned the Lord might have missed my first baptism. You know, maybe he slept in and didn't get to see it, so I wanted to make sure to do it again just in case. I feel like I can say on good authority that this is just downright blasphemous. That is usually something attributed to the work of the devil, where you sell your soul to the devil in exchange for wealth. That's not something God would ever really say, like, hey, put money into crypto and I'll make sure that it 10x's to the moon. It's a good one, trust me. So, the pastor and his wife are facing fraud charges for this, and he released a 9-minute response video. And I don't know how he was able to record that whole video without getting smited, because the shit he says in there is just diabolical. I'm not kidding. He says God told him to do this. He says that God was the puppet master behind all of it, instructed him to do this. Basically, he's just blaming the big man upstairs for this whole hoopla, fundamentally saying that the Lord forced him to scam Christians, like when you really boil it down. And that's only the tip of the iceberg. Mudahar just made a video going more in depth on the particulars of the scam itself. So if you want more information on exactly what happened in that regard, check out some Ordinary Gamers video on it. I'm here to focus on the absurdity of it and the response video that he released, because hooey, it is wacky. Someone by the name of Molly White gave us all a blessing of a nice, concise supercut that breaks down the 9-minute video into just the most important moments that he talks about. So that's what we're going to be watching as opposed to the whole thing.
Caitlin and I are being charged in a civil charge from the Colorado Securities and Exchange Commission for basically selling millions of dollars worth of cryptocurrency that is deemed worthless by the state.
And by everyone else in the world with eyes. So he's trying to cushion it a little bit, like it's a civil lawsuit for all of this, and it's deemed worthless by the state, but it is worthless completely by every possible definition ever. It is worthless. This was, from the get-go, it seems, designed to just make them a lot of money and fuck a lot of the followers in the ass. So there's a lot of people that lost a lot of money on this. And now
I wish I should have tried that visionary Vlad build.
His attempt to try and spin himself as kind of the victim here.
Now the reason that they're saying that it's worthless is because there is no exit for people who have bought.
Do you know what we call that? A scam. Basically, people who bought in can't exit. Their money is now stuck there. But you know who could exit? The pastor and his wife. Oh, and they did. They made off like bandits with over $1.3 million.
We launched an exchange. The exchange technology failed. Things went downhill, and from that point forward, we've just been waiting on the Lord, literally for a miracle. So, the charges are that Caitlin and I pocketed
they just said
$1.3
the
million.
Lord's name in vain.
Come out and say that those charges are true. So there's been $1.3 million that's been taken out of, I think it was a total of $3.4 million. But out of that 1.3, $500,000 went to the IRS, and a few $100,000 went to a home remodel that the Lord told us to do.
Yes, you heard that correctly. Go ahead and rewind it if you're still in disbelief. He said that a few $100,000 went to a home remodel that the Lord told them to do. What an insightful conversation that must have been with God. I had no idea God was so into interior design. Like, not many people get that.
He doesn't heal anymore.
Speak to him directly. I love to imagine.
I didn't know that.
Pastor Eli just hanging out one day, and God gets him on the horn, rings him up, and he's like, "Hey, Eli, buddy, listen. Your house is atrocious. Am I a joke to you? You worship me in a place that looks like this? It's embarrassing. It's revolting. Listen here. Allocate a few $100,000. Upgrade this bitch ASAP. So that way you can start worshiping in style, because this is not what Christianity is about. You're living in a goddamn crack shack, and we've got to fix that ASAP, okay? All right, this is the Almighty signing out. Amen. Saddest part is, this strategy actually works. This is an extremely effective tactic used by a lot of really corrupt, evil pastors, most notably Kenneth Copeland. Kenneth Copeland has private jets. And when asked about it, he defends it by saying that God wants him to. There's also another pastor, I forgot his name, but he's a friend of Kenneth Copeland's. The two of them are like these demonic leeches that feed off of each other's wealth. And they both have private jets, and basically said that God needs them in a private jet because it brings them closer to him. And if I remember correctly, they were even quoted saying that they can't be caught in a tube with demons, so they need the privacy of the jet to be more spiritually attuned with God. That's how they justify this luxurious lifestyle they live, which of course runs counter to the actual lessons of Christianity, but for some reason they keep getting away with it. Even in this case, Pastor Eli is receiving a lot of support from the people that he has directly scammed and openly admitting to scamming.
So how this whole thing started is the Lord told us in 21 to walk away from our marketing company, and he said, I'm going to do a new thing. And then he took us into this cryptocurrency. It was a different cryptocurrency other than index coin at the time. Well, that cryptocurrency turned out to be a scam.
Oh my goodness, he's portraying the Lord as like a reckless investor here, a crypto bro. How many NFTs does God have, you think? How many Bored Apes does he own? Also, Pastor Eli and God must be like this. They must be tight because they are constantly talking, so much so that the Lord tries to pitch him on cryptocurrency. Like, hey, bud, brother, take a peek at this thing. Have you ever heard of cryptocurrency? It uses this holy technology called the blockchain. We should check this out. You should look into this a little bit, Eli. And then, like, the first coin that God leads him down the path of is a scam. He even just openly says it right there. So, like, the first coin, you know, right after going down the spiritual journey with God, it was a scam. How anyone can hear this senseless drivel, this gobbledygook from Pastor Eli and actually take it seriously and believe it is beyond me. But let's play ball with it for a second. God is the creator, and he's omniscient. And yet somehow he fell victim to a cryptocurrency scam? In his infinite wisdom and knowledge, even he was bested by the cryptocurrency menace. What hope do we have? I can only imagine the white paper on that first cryptocurrency that Eli and God went halvesies on there. That must have been the most convincing thing ever, if it was enough to convince the Lord that it was real.
And so the Lord says, give that to them, but also give them a 10x. And I'm like, well, where's this liquidity going to come from? And the Lord says, trust me. Well, as money is coming in, we would be sowing it. And at first it was hundreds of dollars and thousands of dollars, then tens of thousands of dollars.
What is God cooking here? It's like a multi-level marketing scheme. He's about to start running a Ponzi scheme or something here. What? What? He actually hit Pastor Eli with the trust me bro there on where the liquidity comes from? Interesting. Maybe Pastor Eli is innocent after all. It's so... Obviously dropping the sarcasm for a second. It is crazy to me that someone like Pastor Eli Regalado, or however you say his last name, is actually trying this right now, and that it's actually working. That's the saddest fucking part. I'm gonna skip ahead real quick here. I was going to save these screenshots till after I finish the response, but it just feels natural to put them in right now. Here's some of the responses that he's received from people in the community. What a crazy ride, Eli. I can't imagine what you guys are going through. Prayers going up. What about the crazy ride that all of the victims are going through with over $3 million stolen from them in this scam? Why are your prayers going to Eli, who made off with over $1 million here? Those prayers aren't even falling on deaf ears. Pastor Eli actively uses prayers as toilet paper to wipe his ass with. This guy took the prayers of hundreds of people that were praying for a miracle, a financial miracle, and completely trashed them. Someone said, standing with you, and then someone else said, unending support. Why? Why are you standing with him? He is openly admitting to a scam. Why are you supporting him endlessly? He is openly admitting to a scam. He doesn't even have the courtesy to take responsibility for his own actions here. He is blaming God, which is like the worst thing you can do in Christianity, to blame God for the evils you have committed. So sorry for stress you passed through. God has the plan for you and your team. He will lead you through to the success of this project. And Eli just says, yes. The project is dead, much like the bank accounts for many of the vulnerable people that Eli exploited here. What do you mean you're sorry for his stress? What about the stress of the actual victims? Someone else says, stay in the boat, trust in the Lord, and stop looking at the storm. Amen, Sean. What do you mean stay in the boat? The boat has capsized. There was no boat. It was a fucking yacht that Eli was buying with the money that he scammed from you and people like you. What do you mean? This is not God's plan. Thanks for
If
the
I get
update.
this
No one can close
AP
a door
item,
the Lord has
I might
opened.
just win the whole
This is
game.
not a door the Lord has opened. This is a
Not
door
even
Eli
kidding.
keeps open into fraudulent activity, taking advantage of a ton of people that were vulnerable. And Eli says, Isaiah 22:22, brother, thanks for standing and encouraging us through all of it. Of course, everybody is familiar with Isaiah 22:22. It's one of the most famous sermons. It's the excerpt that states, buy low, sell high. These are just a few examples of people still supporting him. It's just this perception that pastors are infallible and that if you don't support a pastor that might be sinful on you, it's not. This guy is openly admitting to his scam that he and his wife ran, and he is blaming God for it. That is as sinful as it gets. It is ridiculous to try and paint him as a victim or something like that. It's so unreal.
Money would come in, we tithe, we sow, more money would come in. And so we were just always under the impression that God was going to provide, that the source was never ending, that God was doing a new thing, and that we had nothing to worry about. And
What? How is this
we
guy's
sold
6 bruiser?
a cryptocurrency with no clear exit. We did. We took God at his word and sold a cryptocurrency with no clear exit. And so the prosecutors have to take that and say, these people willingly sold a cryptocurrency with no clear exit. What we're praying for and what we're believing for still is that God is going to do a miracle. God is going to work a miracle in the financial sector.
I'm going to go ahead and spoil how this anime ends. There's not going to be a miracle in the financial sector. This is a bunch of baloney. He and his wife are scammers, and they have used Christianity and God's name in vain here in order to pocket an outrageous amount of wealth for themselves. I feel bad for the victims here because I have no doubt that they're on the older side of things, at least judging by some of the comments I've read, so probably had no clue what cryptocurrency was and just trusted the pastor at his word that God was helping and steering this in the right direction. It would help improve their financial security. I imagine a lot of them were probably desperate, especially given the current climate of things right now. There's a lot of people struggling. So hearing something like this from someone you trust, a pastor, who's saying like, put money in here and the Lord will provide and help you out when you need it most. A lot of people would likely buy into that, and they clearly did, and now they're fucking ruined for it. And meanwhile, this guy and his wife have made over $1 million from it and are still trying to spin this as though they're not evil when they are. This is a terrible, horrible thing to do, made even worse by the fact that he won't just own up to it and instead continues to blame God for it, and then still tries to sew in that like little bit of hope that, hey, maybe there'll be a miracle because God's on our side and helping us out. When that's not going to be the case, this was from the very get-go, it appears, a scam. So yeah, a pretty ridiculous situation here that I just had to talk about a little bit. It is foul. That's about it. So yeah.
I hope you slept well last night, because you may never sleep again after watching this. I'm going to show you what a real demon looks like in our world. If I asked you to picture a devil, I think a lot of you would go to like him from Powerpuff Girls, like just that really classic red monster with horns. But in real life, that's not what a devil looks like. This is what it looks like. Kenneth Copeland. Kenneth Copeland is a preacher, evangelist, whom I've referenced many times in the past, that exploits religion for financial gain. He is extraordinarily wealthy by taking advantage of the people in his faith. And he does all of it with a smile on his face and an attitude that resembles just pure evil. He is what I believe to be a wolf in sheep's clothing, as they say. Let me show you one of his most famous interviews, which is going viral again, which is why I wanted to talk about it, where he was interviewed by Inside Edition about his lavish lifestyle.
How are you, sir? We'd just like to ask you about why you don't want to fly commercial. Why have you said that you won't fly commercial? You said that it's like getting into a tube with a bunch of demons. Why do you think that?
Yeah, he's one of those private jet preachers that I always like to insult and call attention to the hypocrisy of. People like him, these evangelists or heads of mega churches that live a life of outrageous luxury financed off the backs of those in their congregation who are donating under the guise that it's going to help further their faith or help the church or something like that, when really all it's doing is enabling them to live a lavish lifestyle. It always just makes me sick to my stomach. It runs so counter to the Bible that I have no doubt in my mind they will likely be going to hell without God even giving them a consideration of entering the pearly fucking gates up there. It is deplorable.
Holy
It is
shit.
diabolical stuff, and yet it is so common. I just recently talked about an online pastor who blamed his cryptocurrency scam on God, saying that God made him make a shitcoin to scam the people that follow him, which has to be one of the most blasphemous things you can ever say as a pastor, but he had the gall, the fucking chutzpah, to blame the crypto scam on the Lord. And you're gonna see this a lot throughout this interview, and if you ever dive into this rabbit hole of corrupt pastors, they always use their connection with God as the excuse. Well, God actually wants me to have a whole fleet of private jets. It's actually very Christian to be wealthy. And it's just a complete bastardization of what the Bible's supposed to teach.
No, listen to me just a second. Not the people. The main reason is because of the need. If I flew commercial, I'd have to stop 65% of what I'm doing.
Baloney. What a load of horseradish. You wouldn't have to stop 65% of what you're doing if you flew commercial. You can fly commercial and still reach all of the same places. There are more planes in the sky right now than there is poop in my butt. And trust me, there's a lot of poop in there, because I haven't taken my morning shit yet. You can fly commercial and still do all of the same work you've been doing. And it's not like you're doing important work, Kenneth. All you do is you're basically like this Dementor who sucks money out of everywhere he goes. That's not important work. You're just perverting Christianity to fit your own agenda of making as much doubloons as you possibly can accrue in this lifetime.
Isn't it true that you want to fly commercial so that
Oh
you can
my
fly
goodness,
in
I'm about to be out.
luxury?
I need to
How
smurf.
much money did you pay for Tyler Perry's Gulfstream jet, for example?
Well, for example, that's really none of your business, but...
Isn't it the business of your donors?
Listen, I paid. You kind of caught me off guard here, okay?
Certainly. Well, if you'd like to come out here, I'd like to give you a chance to catch your breath and...
He's floundering here because he knows there's really no way of justifying this when actually confronted with the question. He usually relies on the Bible as a shield from criticism, so all the people in his faith, if they question him, he says, oh, well, you're questioning God. But now he's actually getting interviewed by someone who's done their research and is actually talking to him about how his lifestyle is the complete opposite of what the Bible talks about. And he doesn't really know how to defend it, because there's no way of doing that. It's also very telling the way he views all the people around him by calling them demons in a tube when talking about flying commercial and why he just won't do it. Because he can't stand to be around people in general. He just wants to use them for his own financial gain. It's a fucking sickening perspective. And his mannerisms, the way that he does these like creepy smiles and his gestures, all of it is so menacing.
And have a conversation. We don't want to catch you off guard.
I love Inside Edition. You got to get this now. Hey, you listening to me? My wife thinks Inside Edition is, oh yeah. Now,
that'll send a shiver down your spine. The way he acts and the way he sounds, all of it is what I imagine it would look and sound like if a demon was ever made flesh on this planet. He is what I would picture the Antichrist looking and acting like. It's just like disturbing listening to him speak. My wife thinks Inside Edition is, oh yeah. What does that even mean? Like he's clearly trying his best to like suck their cock. Like Inside Edition is incredible. I can't believe you guys would do this to me when I'm such a fan of yours. It's just weird. It's so off-putting. Everything about him feels so fake and sinister.
Thank you, Lord. Help me. Let me pray.
Well, let me just ask you a really simple question. A lot of people think it's unbecoming for a preacher to luxury and to fly around in private jets. What's your response to that?
Very simple.
Everyone was doing good.
It takes a lot of money to do what we do.
This guy looks like Harrison Ford. Next time I go that, I'll go sorcerer, cause I think that's really what it was. Yeah. Ugh. No more losing, man. No more fucking losing. Holy shit. At 4 Emerald player. Plat. Okay. I gotta lock the fuck in, dude.
Hello, so this is my first impressions of the new midscope for Nefiri as a GM Nefiri OTP, pretty much. I looked at all the abilities already, and I want to say that I think that this is. I think it's actually. They also nerfed her health growth, which is kind of also fair because one of the Fury's core strengths is that she used to have one of the highest health growths for an assassin in the entire game. It was part of the reason why you'd be able to build like Bruiser and also Assassin is because of how much health she got per level, and that's why Nefiri is gated, used to be gated by levels and not necessarily and also gold, yes, but I
Fuck
would
League
say
of
that
Legends,
she was
dude.
more
Play
like
TFT. Real shit.
Things aren't going to improve themselves.
Actually put effort into this bitch. So, you know what I've been playing for a while? Path of Exile. Not Path of Exiles, because if you call it that, commenters with Discord mod energy will come onto the video in question of a Z-list YouTuber and mass correct you. It's everything I liked about Diablo 3 with everything I liked about Diablo 2, while also not beating Diablo 4. And unlike somebody with a normal brain and a healthy relationship with their parents, I started drooling when I saw the clusterfuck that was the skill tree. Quick thing. If you find the skill tree to be overwhelming, I found just taking it piecemeal and then not zooming out to make it emotionally manageable. But back on topic. Path of Exile has been a lot of fun. This morning I saw a prolific MMO YouTuber and premier second monitor content creator Josh Stripe Hayes upload 100 hours of RuneScape 3. And while watching it, as I got my shit pushed in by the Demon of Hatred and Sekiro, it made me want to play RuneScape again. Now, disclaimer. I do not have a strong attachment to RuneScape, and honestly, I didn't start playing it until 2022, and that was just to have something in common with an ex-coworker of mine at VPN. But the ADHD demands to go burr, and burr it went. I booted up the RuneLite client I had installed on my computer because the base client was bad, and I hopped back into Lumbridge. Clad in bronze and iron gear, a black cape, and a single tinderbox in my inventory, I headed straight for the big city up north because the amount of time I grinded in Lumbridge before my hiatus from RuneScape made me loathe the place. Fighting the impulsiveness that plunges my spending habits, that, like a bad cold, I managed to not buy a membership to have access to better traversal methods, despite every fiber in my body hating the schlep. But seeing the brand new price tag of $15 up from like $8 it used to be made me very comfortable being a free-to-play player. I spend an unknown time grinding woodcutting, combat, fire starting, and all I do know is that when I looked up, it was dark outside. I inevitably got tired of the time it took to walk from place to place, closed the game, and booted up PoE. But before I did so, I looked at my calendar. It was raid night for my guild in Elder Scrolls Online. Sidebar, listen. I know it seems like this video is all over the place, but stick with me. We're getting to the point. Now, I've been playing ESO for years. I am an experienced vet player that can fill any role. That is the Trinity, heals, DPS, tank. And I have long since reached endgame. Well, the fact of the matter is that there's still plenty of collectibles and technically things for me to do, including an entire chapter I barely touched. I'm bored with ESO. But before I got to being an endgame player in both a PvP and PvE sense, I was drunk with obsession over this game. I remember
Boy, you're level 6? Fuck's wrong with you?
Was stark naked and ready to bone in front of me that I could not do it because I was trying to get
level
Emperor
6
in Cyrodiil during mid-year mayhem of 2021. No way, I lied. It was because it wouldn't have been 2021 because it was pre-pandemic. It would have been 2019 actually. God, I wasn't even fat then. I was like a motherfucking crypt keeper. Jesus Christ. We still had sex that night, by the way. So to anybody watching this who thinks that gaming and being a gamer is preventing you from getting laid, I promise that ain't it. But back to ESO.
The fuck?
That's the point of this video. What made ESO so absorbing to me, and what made, RuneScape compelling to me, and why PoE has had my balls in a vice from the word go, is I think it comes down to something that I call Goblin Grind Set. Cringe, I know, but hear me out. The thing that all these games have in common is a focus on loot, paired with a form of skill growth that runs parallel to the loot game. This is your Diablo, your Borderlands, and yes, your RuneScapes, your PoEs, and insert MMO here. I think that's why I find ESO so boring now. Almost everything in the game now,
XP MR.
Nothing feels new and fresh. I've done it all. Well, not at all, but there's no ramp up. And why Path of Exiles is so compelling to me. There's a new system, a new mechanic every couple hours that all feeds into the main gameplay loot, like loot goblin grind set that also feeds into skills and grow. So what's the call to action, aside from whatever pre-recorded Evan says after these next few lines I've written in my script? Yes, I actually wrote a script. That's why at the beginning of this video I said I put actual effort into this bitch. If you share my mindset, your brain works in terms of games too, like the Goblin Grind Set mindset. Other than, wow, I ain't touching that with a 10-foot pole. Final Fantasy XIV, weebs. New World, which is basically high-res RuneScape anyways. What are some games that scratch that itch in your brain? I'd like to give them a shot. Maybe even put them on stream. Thank you for listening to this intelligible ramble. I'm gonna send you the pre-recorded Evan.
hey, thanks for watching. If you want to talk to me outside of this video, outside of live streams, or just join the community and be a part of it, you can do so at himedia.gg/discord. Discord links there. We'd love to have you. And given the financial situation of the economy right now, I know this is a tall ask, but if you have the scratch to spare, please consider donating and becoming a supporter at himedia.gg/tip. All of our perks are serviced through our Discord channel.
Dude, I don't know if Redemption even works on Scion. Like, does it? Oh, it does. That's really nice. Yo, what? No, one more cast. I have to really level up there, huh? Swain, Nunu, Elise. Okay, I don't think I should lose this. Oh god. Radiant item. Akali, he literally just one shot in my backline though. Fuck. I would, but I really want to go for 3-star cast. I don't think anyone else is going it, so it's like a free 3-star if I really lock in, you know what I mean? Okay, okay.
Will we ever see Bloodborne again?
You won, right? My theory is, because I remember, Miyazaki-san really loved Bloodborne, what he created. And so I think he is interested, but he's so successful and he's so busy, so he doesn't want, he cannot do himself, but he doesn't want anyone else to touch it.
Could go another tier. Put on Nuno. Oh shit. Sniper GP. Yeah, I need a 2-star there. Oh my god, that kind of sucks. my god, how am I even losing these?
God, I love the look of Game Mill games. You have to try so hard to make games look this bad in the modern age. I can't help but appreciate it. It's so impressive. I'm curious. Oh. Well, that was easy. Is that how every encounter goes? No, he's just over there shuffling. Alright. What a move! That's the Rick Grimes special right there.
This world is all I
Maybe I'm
have.
gonna be one of the first speedrunners for this. Okay, cool. This is on hard mode too. Why didn't they follow me? The gate is open. Now this is gaming. Finally.
Hey you! What's that bandit?
This game is $40. It's on sale. Get it to me, man. I'm not gonna pay $1,000 either. Take that. What is he doing? Stab him. Stab him. Yeah, fuck yeah. 65 gigabytes of space for this game. Oh yeah, this game is huge. I mean, look at that. Ray tracing. Yep. What else do you need?
Do not turn your back on
Do I
me.
have to shoot? Yep. I could just drive it. I really could just drive it and hit them with it.
A conquered nation is a loyal one.
Also, it just seems like this is by far the fastest, just to do this and then stab them.
Nation is a loyal one.
This is pretty good. Take this. Oh. You bitch.
Looks like you can handle your own. You're a good man, Rick.
Whoa, he's mad. Holy shit. Stand back. Oh. They got me. That's hard mode for you. I bet I have to kill them all before something opens. Oh, there's one around here. Unlucky. Sorry, Glenn, I really fucked us. That's on me. Get crouch! Crouch! Run! Alright, we're good. Like we're tight.
Bro.
Are you beating this game? No.
Oh, I'm gonna be out early if I don't get this cast.
The game's cutscenes are actually significantly worse
Okay, lucky.
than I would have ever expected. I'll just handcuff them, like in the show.
Wonderful.
Yeah, every cutscene is just a PowerPoint. You just gotta use your imagination. It's incredible how Game Mill just
Welp. Welp.
I ask that every time a new game comes out. I'll never understand why that doesn't make sense. I really feel like I'm the only one that talks about it. Because everyone who sees it in the trailers that they're worthless.
Ah, okay. I just have to survive that. Or my cast just had to survive that. Bella Blanc, though.
It's almost more emotional in the game than the show. You really just get a sense of the real despair.
I have good frontline item,
What
like
is
2
that?
tanks.
What the fuck is going on with that?
I'm chilling in that department.
It like really badly wants to aimbot and then it malfunctions. That's interesting. Pretty cool shooting mechanics. I don't even have my DPI set high at all. This is just how the shooting mechanics work because it's only aimbot, I guess.
This guy's 3 Nunu. Whoa, I'm cooked. Yeah, without a doubt, Heimer's gonna do a lot of damage. Oh.
What? Where are you, Carl? Oh, there he is. No. Carl, just keep fighting for me. Go grab a homemade grenade. My son is weak. Found ya. Come on, Carl. Carl, you know our combat rules? You fucking idiot. I knew you were gonna do that. Get in the arc. Get in the arc.
Retreat!
Why don't you come out and help me? How about that?
Yeah, I'm gonna sell it.
There's no way I'm supposed to get across the bridge with all of those zombies, right? There's no fucking shot. How the
Trifecta, literally. I don't think I'll get at least though, not gonna lie. Look, 2-star at least.
That was nuts. Oh my god.
2-star at least gonna be like, just make my rate so low.
I bet all 3 other people that accidentally played the PvP route and didn't finish the main Christmas present are still struggling at that level right there. Assuming they're playing on hard mode. I'm gonna defend Shane. You were piping my wife.
What the? I just got it.
Why not? I defended. What do you mean? I defended you. Huh? No! Oh, we're in season 2 now. They skipped the last part. Yeah, because they need to just keep reusing the same fucking forest level here over and over and over again. That's gonna keep on the time lesson kind of lapse past that season.
shit. But I say, can any of my stuff move there?
They're not sticking together in like a clump. Just 5 seconds, we did it.
I really want to do something. Is fly 5 black rows even that good though? I'm like tempted to do Dominator. It's a little late for that. I don't even have Mundo.
Like 50 minutes. Oh shit. God, I hate that this thing wants to aimbot so badly.
Oh, it's this guy.
No, fuck the explosive guy. This guy. These guys. Son of a bitch. No.
Oh man, I'm so close.
Yes, 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 yes. Alright, stay locked on.
Ah!
That's an AK, yeah.
Well, there's one more, isn't there? There he is. No! This one? Yes! Okay, that took out a few.
Do they just fight? I don't think I have to fight anyone here, right?
Oh my
Oh man,
fucking
I wish.
god. There's actually like 50.
Yeah, not much I could do.
I can do
3% for
everything.
Malzahar anyways,
Do
and
I want
everyone
to?
have the
Is it
units I
worth
need.
it? What am I trying to prove? Or who am I trying to impress? I'm just gonna do it, just to prove to myself that I have what it takes. Indomitable will. I feel like we made it yesterday, though. That's a good start.
GG's.
What the? What?
Wow. This guy got level 10? What is it?
That's
Invest.
probably where this ends, because now I can't roll and they're blocking me.
Okay, yeah, that kind of redeemed myself.
I'm not done just yet. That was a crazy maneuver. That was such a crazy move. You can do anything you set your mind to. Let this be a lesson. Last one. Let's go.
Sophia. Crown Silver Rod. Oh, lucky streak. I can like crown guard you, bro.
He's lucky.
God!
His spot is so good. Sounds great, 15.
Okay.
Oh my
Stop it! He can hear us too. He knows.
With the half and a Caitlyn.
Is this Setsuko's account? I don't understand.
Oh my god.
Nah. By the
There
way.
is no.
Holy.
Oh my god. This spot is unbeatable.
Last fight of this very hard game for K3 Soju. The freest first. K3 Soju gets the first place. All right.
Crown Silver Rod.
What is the secret?
I think this has a lot of potential to be a
What is the
fun battle
secret? Can
royale.
someone tell me?
New GTA 6 footage leaked.
Uh, no way. Let's watch this guy. Look, he looks just like me. What the fuck?
I was thinking as far as that speed off that
Bro, how are people like looking at my board already? Like, what they're gonna get? can get a Nunu. I don't know. Just gonna fuck around. Mm, could level up if I want to though. Yeah. Oh shit. Oh, okay. I was like, wait, what? What do I put? I saw my Trundle earlier. Oh my god. Wait, actually, I might have trouble here, huh? So tired. Bloodthirster, please. Damn, I think that belt might have saved me actually. Not even gonna lie. That shit was good. Mirror got. Oh! Oh! I just fucking nutted. Nah, to be fair though. I gotta sell these two. I think I'm gonna get Trundo next anyways. Nothing is really bad. Like, three of the things I want is still on board. want to get redemption anyways. Gonna start. What do you call it? Slamming. That's the word. Slamming. Oh, and I can get a Tristana. Yo, people say Bruiser Mundo, bro, but Bruiser Urgot's where it's really at. And if I get like heavy hitter and shit like that, like G motherfucking G. We'll just sell a Zyra. Like if I'm healthy, just keep saving money. I might lose to this guy actually. Damn, that shield's not that big. What's a unit that shield them? I'm just looking at Lux. Lux Dominator.
11 LPR. 11 LP.
Imagine us here.
Like, surely top 4, come on. At least we're not 8th, we're not 8th. That's always good. Yeah, if I come 4th, I'll have 99 LP. I need to be fair. Like, you can't have any top 4. It just sets you back so much.
Bro's lost 50 HP. Dude, I think my early game is so good that I could actually just try to shoot for high level. Yeah, I could 3-star Urgot, but like, what if I go to units like Mundo and yeah. It's too late. It's too late for that. I'm about to get hit. The gloves, best place to find love is where I go. Trust me, give it a try. 4 more Urgots. I'll get a Triss too, and basically GG's. Oh my god, the wait paid off. Yo. Somebody took all that I got. I'm just trying to see what this is. Oh. What the? I see. I'm convinced someone has Urgot because like the rate is just way too low. This guy. I mean, only has 3. Feels bad. One more Urgot though. Okay, I wasted a lot of gold, but it's not too bad. I'll get it back. I'd rather level up first than, yeah. Since I slammed already, none of these are really valuable. But if you're going Bruiser, HP's, oh shit. If you're going Bruiser, HP's to move, so I was gonna say. I don't really have anything I need. Gonna go AP for fun actually. Wow, I didn't want to lose that. Uh, keep leveling up. Keep leveling up. That 3-star I got, I spent a lot of gold for it, but he's putting in some work. Wow, what a tilter. Putting in GP. Wow. I'm gonna try this for a little bit. Ability damage. Like, it's not that big of a difference, right? Dude, their Vi's not dying at all. Tonight. Oh, that's a Mel. Holy shit. Oh my god. Not even gonna make it. I don't even think I'll make it to fourth. It's actually really bad. Why didn't I grab the IE? Lord knows. Lord will never know. Damn. I should have listened to my guts and went level up when it was time. Back the fuck up. It's my LP. Fucking bitch. I'm playing. Holy shit, dude. I was so fucking nervous there. I think all the good players saw that I was like not leveling up and rolling, so they just went all in. But um, There's no way the Mel just makes a big difference. I would give you the world, baby girl. You just gotta let me, I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, okay. They were doing 3-star reroll. I was doing 2-star reroll. The fuck is that? I'm never opening one of these. I really just don't need to.
Like, guys, don't miss this. Oh. Grandmaster next. And not die.
Only Dominators? Dude, I play all fucking day. You did it in 3 hours? This is a fucking cat.
I played 30 games of TFT this past week, so you don't have to. And this time, I climbed a bunch. I climbed maybe like 250 L. It's all mainly from Dominators. I noticed a pattern. I played 30 games were Dominator games, so we are going to go over all 10 of those games in about 3 hours. And I pretty much broke even LP-wise with everything else. But with Dominators, I averaged 2.4 over 10 games, which is around like 260 to 70 LP. I didn't really do the exact math, but like pretty much all the other comps I was playing break even. And I wanted to hard force something for the video. I was thinking either Emissary comp, which I think is really strong, but I kept getting AP items, so I'm like, all right, time for Dominators. So we're going to go over each and every one of those games. If you ever wanted to know how to play this comp, I'm going to give you a quick rundown. So I have it as like one of the top comps right now on the tier list, but essentially there's two versions, Emblem and no Emblem. But with the no Emblem version, you could go 6 Dominator also. Like, you either go 5 Black Rose or 3 Black Rose, and you could always just replace Morgana, and let's say you didn't hit LeBlanc and play stuff like Ziggs and the Blitzcrank instead. And that way, you have a very solid team overall. Both versions work. Like, you really play around Mundo and Silco, and also Mordekaiser in the late game. Edge Knight Mordekaiser, absolutely disgusting stuff. And for the Ziggs, he's a great early game item holder for like Morello and whatever mana item you have for him. And he just completely dominates everyone in stage 3 and 4. At least parts of stage 4 until you get Silco 2-star. If you do have the emblem, the game gets a lot easier. Parts of stage 4 until you get completely dominates everyone in stage 3 and 4. At least parts of stage 4 until you get Silco 2-star. If you do have the emblem, the game gets a lot easier. I normally put it on my LeBlanc, so I'm just going to put it on you for now and then drop it on LeBlanc, because LeBlanc just gets a lot of AP from this little trait, and then you could drop Ziggs and move the items onto her. So she could be your Morello holder, all good stuff there. Elise can also use it if you want to play like a backline Elise. She's pretty good with Dominator Emblem if you don't have anyone better to hold it. Garen's pretty solid to tech in. Vladimir also for Black Rose and Sorcerer and Watcher if you do play the Garen, but you don't need to play Garen if you don't have space for it, because we don't always get level 9 or level 10 or get a Force of Nature. But there are a lot of weird things you could tech in, such as like Victor, Mel, of course, just take one of the crappy units out and put them in, or drop down to 4 Dominator if you don't have the emblem. And also like Mbessa can be good if you need Conqueror for Mordekaiser if Mordekaiser's doing a lot of carrying. But pretty much just get like mana item plus Snasher plus Jeweled Gauntlet on your Silco, Morello on someone, anyone like Ziggs or LeBlanc. Cassio can use it too, and then Edge of Night plus any damage items from Mordekaiser. I like Nashor's Tooth the most, and then whatever tank items you could find on Mundo and Protector's Vow on Elise. That's like the quick rundown. And as for augments, like obviously all the Dominator stuff works well, the Black Rose stuff works well, but I do like getting maybe like one of the Econ augments because it helps you just hit your whole team very easily. It's also really good at going fast 9 if you happen to win streak a lot. So if you like playing legendaries, this is going to be a good comp to try as well. But let's get right into the games because we have 10 of them to go over to do a complete like masterclass on this. And my favorite part about these games is that you'll start noticing a pattern on what causes first places, what causes seconds, and what causes bot fours. We're going to start game 1 with a very, very weird game because we're on Warwick Galaxy. If you don't know how that works yet, the more units you kill, the more chance you get at getting loot from those dead units. And now what that means is that you need a very good early game, because if you win the early game, you get more gold. On Ziggs, I think he's a better Quicksilver, Edge and Knight.
Okay, that's so risky. I'm never doing that, but that is probably how you actually play it. Should I go family? Thinking about it. Three-star Draven, Darius. Three-star Rao. Three-star Violet. Possibly a Mumu. Vander. No, Vander's gonna be like priority. Yeah, family. Let's go family. Please, Draven. Oh man. No, it's too late. I already slammed that Gwinsu. Oh god. Enforcer does look pretty good. Preferably an HP item. Or attack speed. Okay, that guy's going Vladimir, right? Yeah. The game doesn't want him to have it. It's okay. Okay, wait for the golem. Like, I don't think it would be smart to just start slamming right now. Gonna sell this unless I win. Then I'll sell the Trundle. Ah, I think he's doing the same too. Just waiting to see. Damn, I was like looking. I was like waiting for. I was looking for a 3-star Draven right away, but it's only just a dream. What the fuck? I genuinely don't mind losing one round though. Not gonna lie. I love her, dude. The fuck? What kind of name is that? Next, yeah. See, I think I saved up good, so next round I just throw round 2 row in. Edge of Night. Edge of Night. I'm gonna watch this. I don't even.
Alright, so we got the Dead by Daylight developer update for March 2025. I'm a little bit late to this, but we're
I
just
don't
going to
even
go over
play
what I
Dead by
think are
Daylight.
the most important things first. So, mending, they basically made it faster. 10 seconds instead of 12, 6 with the teammate instead of 8, right? We get a killer update to the Legion. Now, I was just saying in my 2v8 tier list video that Legion is one of the weakest killers in the game, and he is. So, they actually buffed him up. So, first up, we got decreased fatigue time to 2.5 seconds was 3. Increased fatigue movement speed to 2.3 was 2.07. Feral Frenzy lasts for 11 seconds was 10. Feral Frenzy cooldown is now 15 seconds was 20. Movement speed earned by hit during Feral Frenzy is now 0.24 instead of 0.20, and adjusted several add-ons. So these are straight buffs all the way across the board, but they're not going to change anything about them, really. They're not going to make them really any better in any meaningful way. The problem with Legion is never the fact that he can injure people. Like, of course, he can injure people with Feral Frenzy. It's very easy. The problem is securing the down. He's just an M1 killer. He has no power after injuring somebody. You know, I'm playing Huntress. I hit somebody with a hatchet, my power, and then they're
Brother, my
injured,
shit
and
is
then
at
I
like
can
2.
now hit them with another hatchet, and they go down. Well, with Legion, you hit them with your power, and then you have to cancel your power, go through your fatigue, and then you just gotta loop
Wow,
back
he
on
really
them
smurfed
like
there.
Trapper without
Well played,
traps.
well played.
So these changes are solid, don't get me wrong, but it's not gonna increase his lethality at all. I doubt this will even move his kill rate up 1% on average. So it's cooler that his Feral Frenzy is better, but he's still gonna be garbage. Alright, and then up next we got the Xenomorph, and I gotta be honest, I've seen a little bit of this at work, and it's pretty bad. So up first, we got increased tail attack charge time to 0.35 seconds was 0.2. Something to note, there's no charge. You know, there's no wind up. You literally just click, you're right click, and it immediately attacks. So now I guess there's just going to be a delay to it, right? More of a delay, right? Increased tail attack charge sound volume for survivors. So another nerf. Reduced miss attack cooldown to 2.5 seconds was 3. This is actually pretty nice because when she misses, or even when she hits a turret, you slow down so much. I think you slow down to like 1.15 meters. It's kind of insane, honestly. Increase the killer instinct range. So that's a buff, by the way. Increase the killer instinct range when exiting a tunnel to 16 meters was 12. So that's a buff. Decrease the time it takes to get out of the tunnel to 1.5 seconds was 2.25. So that's, you know, that's all right. It's pretty decent. I really didn't think it was that slow to begin with, but, you know, anything's better than nothing, right? She has the lowest pick rate in the game. Well, bottom 5, right? Increased amount of fire needed to burn the Xenomorph's outer color mode to 175 was 100. Now that's huge. You know, almost doubling how long it takes to knock her out as the tail attack mode. But then this is where it starts to get bad. Increased delay before the Xenomorph's heat starts to dissipate to 15 seconds was 1 second. It's literally 15 times longer to start losing heat. And if anybody doesn't know what this is talking about, whenever the Xenomorph is hit by a flamethrower, they have the little square power icon, right? Well, a red bar will start to build up.
I really
Once
want to
this red
do
bar
the
goes all the way up
stone
around like a
plate.
character portrait, it'll knock the Xenomorph out of his crawler mode, or out of her crawler mode, and, you know, it resets. And you can go back in the tunnel and reset it, right? So now your red bar gets to half, it would start dissipating after 1 second and just slowly go down. So that way, you know, you get hit by another turret and still stay in your crawler form, right? But now it takes 15
Damn.
seconds to even start
Fuck.
decay.
Well, I'm healthy now. HP and
the Xenomorph's heat dissipation rate to 2 charges per second was
attack speed,
25.
attack speed,
So we're talking,
attack speed,
let's say the Xenomorph
HP.
gets hit and they build up 160
Wow.
on their flame meter. 175 knocks them out of crawler mode. They go to 160 after destroying the turret. That would mean, so 15 seconds for
Yeah,
it to start
sword.
dissipating, and then 160 seconds, so it would take 80 plus 90, so it would take 95 seconds. We're talking 1.5 minutes to dissipate that heat meter all the way back to 0. That's literally insanity. That is such a huge nerf. Like, this absolutely crushes any buffs she's given at all whatsoever. Absolutely crushed. Brutally nerfed this killer. Brutally nerfed. You would actually be better off letting the turret knock you out of crawler mode and then destroying the turret, then going back in the tunnel, getting your power back real quick, and leaving. So that way you don't have a heat meter at, half for the next minute. That's honestly insanity. Don't know who thought that was a good idea. Yeah. I'm not even gonna talk about it anymore. Anyways, the good guy reduced Heidi Ho mode cooldown to 12 seconds was 14. They have no idea what they're doing with Chucky. 14, 12, 14, 12, 14, 12, 14, 12, 14, 12. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know. You don't know what you're doing, so. Reduce time to reach max speed after scamper. So, very insignificant buff because you pretty much never land scamper anyways, unless you're like fucking Danhouse, whatever that guy is who does the crazy ass Chucky flicks after scamper. Terror radius adjustments. This was actually pretty interesting. Increased blights and hillbillies. Terror radius to 40 meters was 32. Decreases pigs, ghostface, and skull merchants to 24. Obviously, it's a nerf to Billy and Blight, but it's not gonna matter. They're basically gonna be on top of you before you can even think what's going on. Not really gonna change much. It is gonna be huge though for Pig, Ghostface, and Skull Merchant. 24-meter terror radius, that's huge. And if they're running like monitor and abuse, we're talking like 16 meters. So that's really solid. The max surrender option, so they got a couple of them. When all remaining survivors are bots, the killer can surrender. When no generator is completed for 10 minutes, the killer can surrender. Which is
I could
pretty
just save up gold, not roll,
long time. And what if the
level
killer
up
is 3-genning?
when I need to.
And they the killer or the survivors send them to Eyrie of Crows, and then they 3-gen and stop any survivors from popping gens for 10 minutes, and then they just DC without a penalty because they hate Eyrie of Crows. That's like a really rare scenario, but something that could happen. But this could also incentivize survivors hiding for 10 minutes just to, douche up the killer, I guess. I don't know. We'll see. When all other survivors are bots, the survivor can surrender without. Okay, so if there's 3, okay.
Actually, I'm gonna
So
start
if
taking
there's
Vladimir's.
survivors that are bots and you're a survivor who's the only one that's not a bot, you can surrender. Actually, that's kind of cool. When all survivors are in the dying state, the survivor can surrender without a disconnection penalty. And I've seen this in a comment section, but somebody was saying that everybody hates Legion, right? A lot of people hate Legion for whatever reason. The survivors can just not mend their deep wound, and they could all just slug themselves and then end the game, which would be really funny but really sad, honestly. Oh. We're getting a new Eyrie of Crows map. Expands the Forsaken Boneyard realm with the shack focus map. Updated decommissioning tiles for improved navigation. A shack focus map sounds awful. It's not gonna have that big ass building. Like, it's got the big ass building in the back, but I'm either assuming that's actually not a part of the map or it's in the corner of the map and it's not going to be as annoying. The problem with Eyrie of Crows, though, is there's sand on the ground. That is such a huge benefit to survivors because they literally pretty much don't make any noise at all whatsoever. So that was pretty much the huge thing. And then not to mention every tile has a god palette. Survivor perks, we can kind of skip over these. Quick and Quiet, Deception, Dance with Me, Red Herring. They just got their reduced scratch marks, or no scratch marks, increased to 5 seconds instead of 3, basically, and the cooldown's reduced because they're like Deception perks. This one. Now look, some killers are probably gonna hate me for this, but I think Knockout needed to go. Honestly, it's a very awful and oppressive perk to go against in solo queue. Even when I played with my Swift, it was fucking. We still struggled like crazy to make anything happen. I mean, is that a skill issue on our part? Probably, but I just think I just like new perks. Knockout is never a perk I'd ever use, honestly, so I like new perks, but this when a survivor drops a pallet, this shit is complicated, alright. It's got a lot going on. When a survivor drops a pallet,
I was so fucking close. Holy
6
shit.
meters away from it, within 6 seconds, they gain 5%.
Well, I need 2 Vander, basically. And I need to grab Vladimir's. Oh.
I literally, I'm stun locked. I can't even, why is this shit so complicated? So they drop a pallet, they move 6 meters away, within 6 seconds, they're hindered by 5% for 5 seconds. First of all, this ain't shit. This is probably one of the worst perks in the game, easily. People are coping, acting like it's a good perk. It's not. It's a fucking awful perk. This is probably one of the worst perks we've ever seen in Dead by Daylight, right? It's gonna be goated on Clown. It's gonna be goated on Freddy, potentially. It'll be pretty great on Blight, but you know he'll probably Blight can use any perk. So what are the chances he uses this one? Who knows? And it'll be solid on Nurse. Everybody else, it ain't gonna do shit. 5% hindrance for 5 seconds. Look, they're being way too stingy with their haste and hindrance. So I think we just need to get rid of that concept pretty much entirely, because just like with Huntress's belts, 3% for 5 seconds. Like, give me a fucking break. 3% for 5 seconds. This ain't doing shit. Nobody ever is gonna use this perk, Knockout, and be like, Knockout got me the down. Knockout got me the injury. Nobody. Not a single person. Maybe
Jinx.
and Freddy.
Again.
That's pretty much it. That's pretty much it.
Crit.
There's never gonna be a single time where Knockout secures a down. You know, this shit's just not gonna happen.
I'm actually gonna go for a Vander item.
There's never been a single person on the history of this Earth, on this planet, since those add-ons have dropped, where they said, yes, the fucking infantry belt got me the down. No. That 3% for 5 seconds is not making any difference at all whatsoever. I could literally come up with 3 better versions of this perk right now. The survivor is, anytime a survivor drops a pallet, they're hindered by 5% for 5 seconds. Boom. Immediately done. Or how about whenever a survivor drops a pallet and they fast vault a pallet that they just dropped, within 10 seconds, or maybe 6 seconds, the pallet breaks. So that way it punishes survivors who drop a pallet and spam vault it. We could just buff the numbers up. How about when a survivor drops a pallet, if they move 6 meters away from it, within 15 seconds, they're hindered by 10% for 5 seconds. I mean, like, shit, that would be petty. Like, what? Then we got
Infectious would be like
increased aura reverberations
Premier.
5 seconds,
OP.
release duration to 60 seconds.
But I'm actually gonna go
Better.
do like a Draven one.
Instinct is the xenomorph perk where whenever you hook a survivor, it'll show you the aura of the survivor who's furthest away, who's also injured. So it's an 8-second aura read. Now they're oblivious for 20 seconds or 60 seconds, which is nice because you would see their aura and then you'd move to them. But if they're halfway across the map, by the time you got there, they'd hear your terror radius anyways. They'll actually be oblivious and won't hear your terror radius by the time you get there. But it still pops up alien instincts, so so yeah, that does it. I'm definitely worried about a lot of things when it comes to this game. But yeah, thanks for watching. Like, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff. I'll see you guys in the next one.
You're not going to believe me when I tell you this. In fact, I myself am still struggling to come to terms with the words that are about to leave my mouth. They're basically blasphemous. IGN just had a great take. Yeah, I know. let it sink in. Give yourself a moment to process it. Marinate in those juices for a moment, stew on it. It's
That was level 8.
I didn't think this day would ever come again. It's been like a decade since the last time I watched or read something from IGN that wasn't just baffling drivel that had me holding my head in disgust or pointing and laughing at the absurdity of what they were talking about. Like, IGN having a good take is more rare than a total solar eclipse. We're truly witnessing history right now. In 50 years, you'll tell your grandkids about this day. Where were you when IGN finally graduated from Goofball University and made an actual great piece
One more
of content?
Vander.
Yesterday, they dropped
Going
a
for Ral
patch.
Vander.
It's called Baldur's Gate 3 is causing some developers to panic. And IGN actually stepped up to play a little hardball here. They put on the brass knuckles and said, oh, put 'em up. Why I oughta feed you a knuckle sandwich.
Bro, I'm so
To AAA
disgusting.
video game developers. IGN's calling out and pushing back against this trend a lot of AAA game devs have where they have this weird coping mechanism where when a game is successful that's not theirs, they start saying why it's ridiculous to expect every game to be as good as that one. You can't expect us to deliver quality like that. You guys are entitled gamers and don't understand how difficult game dev is. IGN actually did a beautiful job of boiling it down to a nutshell, so I'm going to go ahead and play that clip for you. But before doing that, I want to mention something. All of you know Godslap issue 4 just released a couple days ago. In fact, there's already talk of it becoming a national holiday, Godslap Day, every time a new issue drops. You can find
Oh my
the
god,
latest
just to be
homebrew issue of
devious, bro.
Godslap at badegg.co. The link's in the description. You don't want to miss Godslap, I promise you that. Before getting back to the topic, though, there's one more quick
Gotta
thing I
do
want to mention on
this.
Godslap. It seems like the people who did a digital
And
download on
then
day one, for some reason, got charged shipping, which is clearly an error. So if you were one of those people, don't worry. You are getting refunded because it's a fucking digital download. Obviously, there's no shipping. So just want to apologize for that, and you will be getting refunded.
Incredibly refreshing to play a feature-complete game of this caliber for your But AAA game developers want you to know that this is rockstar-level nonsense for scale, that it's foolhardy to set expectations higher, and Baldur's Gate 3 should not be used as a raised standard for
let me get in there.
Why was the first response to defend the current state of AAA gaming as opposed to saying, hey, maybe we can learn a thing or two from Baldur's Gate 3 and make our game better for our customers?
He goes
I think
into
the
talking
chances of
about
me
some
running
other
into
recent
Rel,
examples like Destiny 2, who
it's
said they
just so
can't even do
low.
like an armor set because it's just too difficult. We can't allocate those kind of resources. Meanwhile, they still have like 2 paid armor sets coming into the microtransaction store right around the corner. So
Holy
IGN
shit, I'm
answer
gonna
is
level up next
absolutely
round. I
deplorable
feel
for
so
what
bad
they're
about
doing
this.
right now, and really focuses in
Holy
on the
moly.
response to
A
Baldur's
3
Gate
star to
3
Vlad for you,
from
bro.
some developers, where they're saying like that game is really good and you shouldn't expect games to be that good going forward. And the natural question is, why the fuck shouldn't we? Why? Why are we okay with games being so stagnant? Baldur's Gate 3 is going fucking hog wild. We should have higher expectations. You, as a developer, should have higher expectations too. Why would you be so complacent just coasting by on the same shit different day? And a lot of the focus, as mentioned in the IGN video as well, has
A
been
3
put
star
on
to Vlad
casual
for you,
dining
bro.
consumers just squeezing everyone for their lunch money as much as possible, like they're trying to get all the fucking water out of a towel. But the water in this case is your money. Your hard-earned schmeckles coming out of your wallet in these fucking microtransaction-infested nightmare shitholes that just never really seem to have a bottom to them. It's just, anytime you think we've hit the absolute rock bottom of the gaming industry, someone finds a way to go lower. And I was just really impressed with this IGN video because he's not pulling any punches. He names and shames some of the developers here that are very guilty of doing this, like Diablo, Bungie with Destiny 2, and the list goes on. It really is a trend that we shouldn't be encouraging, right? Like, yes, everybody knows game development is not easy. I know developers like to think that everyone that plays their game is just some lobotomite troglodyte that has no fucking clue how the world works, but everyone understands that it's not easy to make a video game. But everyone also understands when the goal isn't really to make a good game, it's to make a good profit. And you can see examples of this out the wazoo, most notably with Destiny 2 and Bungie's focus on microtransactions, which has turned the community against them. So when a bunch of
I want
developers
sword
are calling
HP.
the wambulance about Baldur's Gate 3 being too good and it's making their job harder, I guess, or Baldur's Gate 3 is too good, you're going to expect more of us, which we're gonna fail on, and you're gonna get mad at us. It's just like such a weird complaint. Why are you ordering French fries over a game being good? You should be celebrating that someone has released an incredible product in your industry. That should make you more motivated to, like IGN mentioned, learn from them. Take a couple of pages out of their playbook and use it to improve your craft and what you're working on. I don't know why the immediate response has recently started to be, this is dumb. It's unrealistic to think that we should be anything like Baldur's Gate 3 or any other very successful game like Tears of the Kingdom. We can't do it and we won't do it. Game dev is hard, damn it. What don't you understand? We're not doing it. Just keep blindly consuming our products that we put no effort into for annual releases with constant updates to the microtransactions that we're able to hose you down with. Okay? Is that so difficult? Huh? Can you just keep buying our lazy shit, please? And stop looking at games like Baldur's Gate 3 as a gold standard for quality. Because we're not even gonna try. Damn it. In fact, it's making me mad even thinking about putting that kind of effort into a game. It's so fucking sad that the modern video gaming landscape is kind of boiled down into, alright, we're going to release a game we know is subpar and well below anyone's expectations of our product, but we want the money and we want it now. So we're going to release it in a terrible state, and then we'll just go ahead and drop a Twitter apology.
Oh, I don't do enough damage for this guy.
The boilerplate ChatGPT generated Twitter apology statement and wash our hands with it and be done with it. Like, think of how many times we've seen Twitter apology statements from game devs this year. It's like 9 times already. It doesn't stop. Like, it is a non-stop flood of just release garbage and then just apologize for it and then do nothing to fix it. Just take the money and move on. It's fucking, it's gross. It's gross. I really want to talk about this tweet in particular real quick though, because this is an attitude I saw from quite a few different developers. This is a great thread about why using a singular game to set expectations for everyone developing titles in a genre isn't useful and is instead foolhardy. Now, this isn't just to shit on everyone in the thread or any of the discussion around it or the people that were talking about it. I just want to dive into the actual meat and potatoes of this. Why is that foolhardy? Why? I feel like gaming is the only industry where you'll look at a game in your genre that absolutely pops off with incredible amounts of polish and a lot of new things added to it with disdain. Like, in pretty much everything else, people will look at an achievement in their industry as something to strive for and something to learn from. Take, for example, Into the Spider-Verse. Into the Spider-Verse legitimately fucking changed animation. Like, it really did. Like, you can see it immediately with something like Puss in Boots 2. They looked at Into the Spider-Verse and said, that's incredible, it's also extremely successful, let's start trying to be more like that and learn from that. Imagine if the animation studios were more like game developers in the AAA space where they're fucking pouting and stomping their feet. Well, Into the Spider-Verse is too good. And you guys shouldn't expect that from us because we're not going to try to be anything like Into the Spider-Verse because they're
40%
better than us.
am damaged
They put
amp.
way too much time into
Wow.
it, they tried way too hard, and that's not what we're about. Fucking foolhardy. I think that's just such a bad mentality. I think that's just awful, to be honest. Like, there's no reason why you should be upset when a game in your genre is better than yours and doing better. You should learn from it and make your game better as a result. And there's nothing wrong with consumers expecting games to be more like Baldur's Gate 3 because Baldur's Gate 3 is proving that you can make some really incredible stuff if you have actual passion for the craft. And I guess that's maybe what's more frightening to developers than anything. Now the secret's out that you really can make great things if you try. Whoa, the secret formula.
Yeah, Alawi actually.
They keep falling back on Larian Studios is a huge studio, so like, you know, they're the only ones that can do it, which is just a bunch of horseradish, which IGN also calls out. I'm gonna play that clip real quick, and the IGN dunks on them for that take too.
People seem to be using the fact that Larian is a big studio against them, the fact that they had a long development cycle against them. Really? Blizzard is also a huge studio with over 8,500 employees. Bungie is a huge studio with over 1,552 employees across several offices. BioWare is a huge studio with over 500 employees across several offices. And Larian is also a large studio with over 400 employees across several offices. All of them have established beloved IPs with a ton of lore to pull from. All of them have a lot of money to make video games. And all of them had a long time to make anything they wanted to make.
And only one of them just released a masterpiece. So it's not an issue of Larian's just super big, that's why they're able to do this. No one else can do it.
Imagine,
because of the size of that
I
company.
get
It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with the amount of effort they put into it.
a
and the amount of
spatula
people behind the work. They don't
that
even
gave
have
me
like microtransactions in the game
family.
the same way at all. At least not to my understanding. I haven't played Baldur's Gate 3 personally yet, but I've actually watched a lot of it because it's a really interesting game just to watch.
Oh shit, it's Edge of Night.
Baldur's Gate 3 brings to the table. And instead of celebrating that success, a lot of developers are going on the defensive about it and getting upset about it. And it's just such a fucking dumb attitude. It really is. The first time I saw
It's
this
Edge of
happening was
Night.
with Elden Ring. Elden Ring was a game that blew everyone's ass wide open. Everyone started prolapsing over how great Elden Ring was. And it is a masterpiece. I fucking love Elden Ring. It is one of my favorite games ever made. And a lot of people felt that way. Except other AAA game devs. There were a couple developers that came forward and started like nitpicking to try and bring it down. Like, the UI is a little too messy for my taste. I don't understand how anyone can even like this game when the UI is all pixelated and it's a little counterintuitive. And that was one of those things where I was like, okay, you're coping. That's very embarrassing to do that publicly on all these tweets, to melt down about Elden Ring not being good because the UI isn't up to your liking. Like, it's a fine criticism to have about the UI, sure, but to say that the game is bad solely because of it was ridiculous, especially when it's coming from other AAA game developers in the fucking industry. But that attitude's only continued to fester and grow into this revolting, oozing corpuscle of jealousy and resentment. It's just so weird to see a game like Baldur's Gate 3 go crazy, and then you, as a developer in the industry, be like, don't worry guys, we'll never make anything like that, so don't expect it from us. Like, why would you do that? Why wouldn't you be like,
Dude.
man, we see what Baldur's Gate 3 did, and
No
we
way.
are more pumped than ever to deliver our upcoming game now. I don't know. I just don't understand. It's like in the game developer space in the AAA scene, it's like a competition to see who can be laziest. Like, the more work you do, the more you get spit on by other developers in the space, I guess. I don't get it. I don't understand it. And IGN clearly doesn't either. So they actually released a heater. I recommend you watch the whole video because they go more in depth. I'm just here ranting about it because it's a topic I've talked about quite a bit on stream before too. And to see IGN come out of nowhere here with like a great video on it was shocking. So hats off to them for that. And yeah, that's really about it. So, yeah. I love horror movies and horror games, but not for the reason most sane people like things. I like them because 9 times out of 10, they're laughably awful, and that always puts a smile on my face. I'm built a little different, where when something is so trash, it becomes a treasure to me. Like, I have the most fun watching or playing horrible garbage. And that sounds a little weird, but I've been thinking about it recently, and it's something kind of like color blindness. You know how some people try
I
and
really
see
want to knock
things
him
and
out. I really
others
want to
don't
knock
see
him
them the
out.
same way? That's kind of me with quality. I'm quality blind, where when something is so bad, I perceive it as being a masterpiece. I have so much fun with bad movies or bad games. They always make me happy. Happier than like a normal good game or good movie sometimes. And I know I'm not alone. It's a very real phenomenon. It's called fun bad. It is always enjoyable to just sit down and watch or play something that is objectively not good and just laugh at it, make fun of it. You know, point your finger at it, shoot spitballs, make jokes about it with your friends. Like, it's a good time. And for years now, horror has been the main genre that's been pumping stinker after stinker, blessing us with some timeless classic fun bad content. There is more shit in the horror genre than there is in the scat fetish genre. Horror has just become like the go-to cum dumpster of absolute abominations when it comes to entertainment in
Fuck.
movies and games. But unfortunately, sports fans, I think we're starting to enter the dark ages of the horror genre, where it's no longer making fun bad content, it's just making boring bad
If I could
content.
get one of
It's
those
no longer
units.
got anything redeemable about it at all. And the best example of this is the newest Insidious movie, The Red Door, which I saw last night. Now, before getting into that, I want to thank today's sponsor, Call of Dragons. Huge thanks to Call of Dragons for sponsoring today's video. Call of Dragons is a beautiful new MMO fantasy conquest game developed by the creators of Rise of Kingdoms, and they've been working on this project for over 3 years now. It's huge battles, tons of strategic freedom, and it's PC and mobile crossplay.
Big coolest feature now is the behemoth. They're these massive beasts that you can use to crush your enemies in PvE and PvP. You can fight with your alliance in guild-verse environment. So, to tell you about a few of them, we brought our whole alliance here with us today.
Yep. Yep.
The Thunder Rock!
The Thunder Rock.
Magic Bear! Mighty Red Dragon, baby!
There we go. Thanks, guys. Really appreciate it.
Bro.
Thanks again to Call Dragons for sponsoring today's video. You can download
Why
the
was
by
that
clicking the link in the
guy?
description or by
Oh, I really want to knock him out. I had to knock him out.
COD Monster. Yeah, if you use code COD Monster in game, you get special rewards. So thanks again.
Magic, monsters, mastery.
This is the 5th Insidious movie, and it is long
That
overstayed its
was
welcome.
really good
The
game.
party's over, the music stopped fucking 2 movies ago, and yet it's still here trying to party, and it's just embarrassing now. The 4th, it's slowly getting back those memories.
Let's watch this.
Griffith did nothing wrong. This statement has become increasingly popular in recent times, due in part to its use as a pseudo-meme, and its utility as a rallying cry for those who sympathize with Griffith's actions and find them understandable, and maybe even justifiable. As far as I can tell, the phrase shouldn't and isn't meant to be taken literally, as Casca would attest to were she able. But the fact that stances on Griffith are so divisive, and have been debated upon for decades, is a testament to the nuance that Miura established in the creation of this character. So much can be interpreted from this story, and Griffith himself is the most contentious aspect of it, so suffice it to say that anyone's view on his morality, or lack thereof, will be brimming with subjective connotations. There are no concrete facts that prove Griffith to be a wholly good or wholly evil character, especially when good and evil themselves are constrained by one's own personal definition of them. Views on Griffith tend to be limited to opinions on the relevance of his motivations, fueled and tinted by one's own philosophies or moral standpoint. Interestingly enough,
No
I've
encounter.
never found myself really taking a stance on him as so many others tend to. In my opinion, whether Griffith leans on the side of good, bad, or neither is irrelevant and an exercise in moral relativism. The more interesting topic for me is why and how he stimulates so much of this debate. What in his narrative design makes Griffith evoke such a myriad of opinions and interpretations? In more specific terms, this video will be examining the facets of Griffith that make him so explicitly human, in a way that will hopefully explain why the man has so many convinced that he did almost nothing wrong. How can someone who committed such inhuman acts be so distinctly human at the same time? The devil is in the details, and today we're going to take a look at the specific characteristics of the White Hawk that make him so intricate. Note that I will be drawing attention to the reasons that make Griffith a nuanced man rather than an evil monster, so there could be a risk of the tone of this sounding a little bit sugar-coated. Rest assured, I acknowledge all of the horror of the eclipse, and why Griffith is one of the most hated manga characters of all time. But the purpose of this is to display why he is so polarizing, when one might think that he'd be unanimously hated for his actions. So the emphasis will be on the humanizing traits that Griffith apologists will point to. Griffith betrayed the one closest to him, sacrificed his own allies, and raped a woman who had given her life to serve him. The less you think about him, the worse he seems, and that's because of how terrible what he did.
What did he do?
The one closest to him sacrificed his own allies and raped a woman who had given her life to serve him. The less you think about him, the worse he seems, and that's because of how terrible what he did was. Actions define people, so Griffith is considered evil because of his actions. However, there is a multitude of motivation and reason behind Griffith doing what he did, and Miura leaves it up to the audience to decide whether any of it matters and if the ends justify, or at least contribute to, the means. Or if none of it makes any difference when you look at the bigger picture.
Going
The
Academy.
nature of Griffith's story is a huge part of the legacy that he leads, within and outside the story of Berserk itself. A larger-than-life Dark Messiah, otherworldly in his superiority, he began
No way!
more than a street rat. Alter the script in a few places and you'd have one of the most heartwarming and inspirational underdog stories ever told. But internally, Griffith is plagued by turmoil. Outward appearances don't change the fact that Griffith always felt lonely, until he began to subconsciously grow dependent on the presence of a certain someone. And in losing that someone, he broke in every sense of the word, and This led to him taking the only path that would have reimbursed the sacrifices that were made in his name, and in doing so, he committed an incredibly brutal act, all the while being wholly convinced that this was both the right and necessary thing to do.
Fight,
This
Ezra,
is the
fight!
story of Griffith,
Oh.
tinted with a more sympathetic stance. But some have difficulties in coming to view this stance as a reasonable one. How can one even begin to try and see things from his point of view? Why would one want to, given what he's done? What makes him special, and why do people flock to Griffith like moths to a flame? The truth is, Griffith is so magnetic because of what he represents. To state the blatantly obvious, characters in fictional landscapes tend to stick out because something about them starkly contrasts everyone and everything else in their respective settings. Ned Stark stands out in Game of Thrones because of how out of place his honor is in such a cynical world. Hisoka stands out in Hunter x Hunter because of how distinctly one-note and primitive he is compared to all of the gray and layered characters. Okabe stands out in Steins Gate because he's really goddamn weird. And Griffith contrasts everything in Berserk in a similar fashion, which is the root of so much of his symbolic and in-universe importance. Allow me to take a step back for a second and draw attention to the fact that every single person in the Band of the Hawk, except Guts in the beginning, is there out of choice. They're drawn to Griffith. But why is he so charismatic? First of all, he has a huge ego. Despite his worries and anxieties, Griffith has unflinching confidence. He can be cold and cruel like others in this setting are, but unlike others, he directs every aspect of himself to something beneficial and substantial. Perhaps rising as a development from his emotional distancing, Griffith believes that the only people worthy to be called friend by him are those who live for their own ideals and are bold enough to challenge him for that dream. Regardless of how cold that may seem, there's an incredible impressiveness surrounding that statement. Although it indirectly proves to be instrumental in Griffith's downfall, these words prove to be inspirational enough to alter Guts' life path, and that in itself is a display of the gravitas
Damn.
of the man. But a subtler reason for his followers' devotion is a more symbolic and arguably more alluring one. Despite how charismatic he seems to be, Griffith, for reasons we'll get to in a bit, is guarded and not very authentically personable. His men simply cannot understand the type of man he is. And the confidence in his convictions alone isn't enough to garner the type of support that Griffith has gotten in Berserk. So what draws people to him? Charisma is defined as a compelling attractiveness or charm that can inspire devotion in others, and in terms of anime, inspiration through charisma can easily be applied to characters with infectious personalities. Characters like Fate Zero's Rider, Gurren Lagann's Kamina, or Ping Pong's Keiko. But Griffith could not be more different from these characters in terms of personality. So why exactly is he so charismatic? The answer is that his compelling attractiveness comes in his attitude and ideals, and what they represent for his followers in the context of this setting. To put it plainly, Griffith has ideals in contrast with what the setting seems to allow. In a world built on fate and causality, full of existentialism and nihilism, Griffith is the shining light for the people in this setting because he harbors what would seem like hopeless dreams that have no place in this dark universe, but he continuously strives and makes progress towards his goal with relentless determination.
I can't really describe it. I think Griffith really believes in something beyond that, beyond big enough. Now, it's probably something he won't reveal until later. Something cosmic. It's something ordinary people like us cannot understand.
His goal itself is as simple as lifelong goals get, to become a king in a castle. But what the goal is immaterial. It's the goal itself and the way Griffith continuously, passionately drives towards it that's the key here. Norms be damned. Griffith is too determined to conform to society's limitations, and instead builds his life around transcending and dismissing those limitations. He stands for true equality and hates entitlement, and even with his motivations being selfish, Griffith personifies the idea of rising above corruption through sheer power of will. While Guts' past circumstances conditioned him to be strong in a very Darwinistic fashion, Griffith taught himself to be strong through discipline and passion, regardless of his upbringing. And this is why Griffith never discriminated and always gave everyone an equal chance to prove their worth to him. Because he knows that anyone can be capable of anything. Perhaps unintentionally, Griffith rebels against the idea that certain things can't be achieved due to how the world works. He He doesn't care about societal hierarchy. He's an unflinching idealist who efficiently uses all that he can to achieve his goal, with the hopes of so many weighing on his shoulders because of his idealism. His confidence in his
He's a good
endeavors
guy
is
till
so
he's not.
otherworldly that it shatters the perception
Bruh.
of what's possible for others around him in a very Kamina-esque way. And the insane thing is that this is all founded from pure belief and passion. Mankind is drawn to passion both because it's respectable and because of vicarious gratification. The
Um,
most dominant leaders throughout history drew people to their cause partly due to their passion, and Griffith is passion personified, which in itself is admirable. We're put in the perspective of Gus, someone who has been dealt an awful hand in life and who is resigned to the cruelty and hopelessness of the world. But through Griffith, we begin to believe in a meaningful existence in this setting, and this paints him in a favorable light. He resonates with the audience in this aspect because he represents a struggle against causality in a war-torn and depressing world. Fate is a terrifying concept at times, because it's uncomfortable to think of a world in which we are not in control of our future. Because of this, I believe that we subconsciously seek out evidence for the possibility of free will. As such, we as the audience want, dare I say need, Griffith to succeed in the Golden Age. A common and very human fear stems from thoughts that we will never achieve our goals and ambitions, as if fate or the universe has made our dreams too difficult for us to achieve to be happy. But Griffith strikes a chord, because Berserk is fatalism, yet he represents choice in a seemingly predestined universe. However, his role as a struggler against the seemingly inevitable is just that, a role. And it wouldn't have seemed like such a substantial thing if Griffith himself weren't so intensely human. This charisma of his draws people to him with admiration, for he is perceived as so superior that people like Judo and Corcus abandon their shorter-term pursuit of longer-term broad goals and make their endeavors synonymous with Griffith's, staking their hopes of achieving their far-off dreams on the success of Griffith's
getting
endeavor.
2 gold.
Of course, it's not like these people have no dreams of their own, but they're so taken in by Griffith's dream that their own ambitions take a sometimes permanent backseat. This puts a huge weight on Griffith's shoulders, because so many people lay down their lives to make his dream a reality, and at his core, he is
Bro, this shit is sweet.
The easiest part in humanizing Griffith for me comes in establishing a base idea that completely shifts how Griffith's actions can be perceived. The idea that Griffith does care for others. It's beyond doubt to me that Griffith does indeed care for people, despite
Yeah, I
some
could
of his
reroll.
actions
That's
and
so
behaviors,
risky.
and despite what I've said in past videos about him. His bond with Guts was on a completely different level to anything that he had experienced, but his care for others wasn't limited exclusively to Guts, independent from the comparatively small level of affection that Griffith had for his men. He is considered narcissistic by many, and by definition this means that he would likely not be able to care for others, but Griffith is not technically a narcissist. The Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders state that someone can be diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder only when the subject has psychological issues that manifest through self-entitlement, attention-seeking, looking to others for self-esteem regulation or looking for approval from others, and impairments in empathy or intimacy.
Okay, let's just what?
For approval from others, and impairments in looking to others for self-esteem regulation or looking for approval from others, and impairments in empathy or intimacy.
I mean, I'm not like that,
Empathy is
TBH.
defined as the ability to understand and share the feelings of others, and I personally believe that Griffith has this, as evidenced by any number of situations where he guiltily, sadly laments the pain, deaths, and broken dreams of his comrades. Empathy was something that Griffith had, but consciously had to bury to pursue his dream effectively. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Regarding the other requirements, Griffith's whole ideal centers around the idea of rejecting self-entitlement. He does not go seeking attention more than the average person, and he does not look for others for self-esteem or approval. So I would say that any notion of Griffith being a classified narcissist would be incorrect. And while Griffith does have problems with intimacy, it is not due to a lack of care, but something else. Now, an easy rebuttal could be produced by a quote that Griffith says himself.
I'm sure your friends are equally as fascinated by you, and that attracts them to you.
They are my able soldiers, it's true, but that does not make them friends.
However, it's impossible to accurately judge Griffith's words here by our own moral standards. He doesn't consider his men friends, but his definition of a friend is much different than ours. Whereas someone might have 100 friends, a very distinct possibility exists that only 2 or 3 of these would be Griffith's definition of a friend. As such, it's very easy to identify that just because the Band of the Hawk are not Griffith's friends does not mean that he doesn't care for them, and he does care for them. He likes being depended on, and he likes being the focal point of their admiration, but he also reciprocates some small amount of affection with them. Griffith cared for a number of childhood friends in his early life, and for his men as well, but he had to compartmentalize and separate himself from emotional attachment to them. At the beginning, Griffith began getting to know his soldiers personally, and to an extent, he still does in the Golden Age arc. But he had to change his approach in
This guy's
realizing the sheer
strong.
amount of death that would befall the Band of the Hawk as he progressed towards his dream. If he allowed himself to personally know each man, then the inevitable amount of death that would surely come would destroy him. This much is obvious when Griffith grieves over the death of a young soldier, wondering what could have become of his life. As a leader, Griffith knows that he cannot allow himself to care as much as he would like to, because that care would lead him to devastation and
Bro.
not allow him to carry out his duties. So he distances himself, not because he wants to, but because he has to, and decides that there is only one way for him to devastation, allow himself to care as much as he would like to, because that care would lead him to devastation and not allow him to carry out his duties. So he distances himself, not because he wants to, but because he has to, and decides that there is only one way to respect the individual lives given to him in his dream: victory, total achievement. And this motivates Griffith even further, sowing the seed for his betrayal at the eclipse, which we'll discuss shortly. But the tragic irony of the entire situation is that his suppressed empathy is the major contributing factor to his downfall. From a certain point of view, Griffith can be an example of a classic Shakespearean tragic hero, with his suppressed and personally misunderstood emotionality being his tragic flaw. Apart from his paradoxical "I care, therefore I can't care" stance on his men, Griffith saved the young Costa, a weak and defenseless little girl
Wait, why did I
who
just
was
see a
being
Lux?
overattacked. A girl who,
Why
at
did I
the
just
end
see a
game,
Lux
would
ultimate?
be little to no use for his army. He definitely didn't save her because he thought that she would be an asset to the Band of the Hawk, seeing as he does tell her that she can just walk away after he takes care of the situation. He saves her because he cares. Further down the line, Griffith sells his body to Lord Genon in order to provide provisions for his men and elevate his army to a level that would have otherwise only been attainable through much sacrifice. In doing this, he admittedly furthers his cause, but he's also very motivated to save the Band of the Hawk from possible bloodshed.
I know we could earn the money you need. We just have to keep winning.
That would take a tremendous amount of time, and the more battles we fight, the more people we lose.
At first, he downplays Lord Genon as a man not worth pondering or reacting to, acting as if the deed was no big deal. But as Casca witnesses, Griffith finds himself unable to wash the trauma away, so he literally resorts to self-harm to turn this pain into a concept that he can comprehend and subdue. This is by far the weakest and most vulnerable we have seen Griffith at this point, and the most human. But the scariest thing about it is that he successfully buries his emotional pain. In realizing that it's unsuitable for a leader to conduct himself this way, he is able to switch from traumatized to completely in control and all smile, in an absolute instant. It isn't natural or right to keep things repressed, yet Griffith does it because he has grown to believe that this emotional weakness is something to disregard and stone. He needs to be a shining, optimistic light for others to follow, free of blemishes. So he suffers alone, and he keeps up the facade to keep spirits high. Now tell me, is this what someone who doesn't care for his men would do? Griffith's offset and segregated behavior leads to the impression that he is somehow robotic or inhuman. But even in addition to his care and compassion, there are few characters in the story more human than Griffith, and Miura gives us a wealth of evidence as to why, as soon as we can work through and understand the reason for this odd demeanor. Griffith's single biggest failing is his lack of a broad self-comprehension. He is so inept at understanding his own emotions and the type of person he is. The only thing that he knows about himself for sure is that he will do anything for kingship, and the fact that he has such a red-hot motivation for this means that he perceives it as the only true part of his personality. He has spent his whole life thinking that he was solely defined by this goal, and this is a double-edged sword. His fierce determination and dedication to this goal meant that he was able to attract the necessary resources he needed, but this also meant that he was unable to leave room for, and therefore unable to understand, any other aspect of his personality. So he completely falls short in handling many other aspects of his psyche. He doesn't properly comprehend love, or anger, or desire. One of the only emotions that he can understand is a simple care for another human being, and even that is suppressed as a byproduct of his condition. Perhaps as a result of this, Griffith is largely asexual, only engaging in sexual acts as a display of power or compensation, rather than a true desire. And the effects of this extend even further. Griffith is characterized as creepy or inhuman because of the way in which he switches from a cold and ruthless demeanor to a childlike one. But this is all because the narrow focus on his dream, ruthless demeanor to a childlike one. But this is all because the narrow focus on his dream, along with his tendency to distance himself from social situations, completely limited his emotional growth. Aside from rare instances, his social intelligence is like that of a kid, swaying from one extreme to another and leading to an outward appearance of some sort of split or bipolar personality. But this isn't the case. It's just that a combination of narrow self-awareness and emotional detachment has caused his outward personality to manifest in this way. Underneath the oddities of his behavior, Griffith's men see a sincerity of ambition, and they are not mistaken. Now, this part is up to interpretation, and there are plenty who believe that Griffith thought of Guts solely as a tool, but in my eyes, and due to the formally presented evidence, I believe that he ends up loving Guts. Because of his narrow focus, he cannot identify this attachment and tries to suppress those feelings, but it doesn't work and it ends up being his tragic flaw, and he's left emotionally traumatized when Guts leaves, partly because he's been dealt a blow in his quest for kingship, but also because he cares for him. I just can't get behind the notion that Griffith was so devastated purely because he was losing a part of his army, especially when the war was over, and especially when Princess Charlotte was his last
Bro, why was
obstacle
this
to
guy
gaining
leaning
her.
toward my shit
No,
though?
he
That
was
low key pisses
genuinely
me off.
heartbroken and empty for emotional, personal reasons.
This guy is
Griffith was
so
not
low.
accustomed to rejection, so he took the presence of people for granted. The end result was predictable when you think about it. And sequentially, there's a definite act of humanity in Griffith's next actions. Whether you perceive Griffith's night with Charlotte as a need to feel in power, a display of pure lust, or an irrational move to further his dream after losing such a valuable cog in his army, there was an inherent humanity to his act. A very revealing nod to Griffith's humanity for me was his ability to maintain his compassion after the torture. After being rescued by Guts, his skewed perception means that he blames the man for his downfall, and subsequently, he tries to strangle him. But after a few seconds of trying, he softens his stance, and his affection for Guts overpowers the hatred. He can't stay angry. To add to the theory that Griffith cared for his men and thought of them as more than tools, there's also the fact that the sacrifice at the eclipse would literally not work unless the person or people sacrificed were close to Griffith's heart. As said in the manga, as a sacrificial offering for the
Bruh.
purification of doom, not just any lump of flesh and blood will do. It must be someone important to you, part of your soul. Someone so close to you that it's almost like giving up a part of you. By making such a sacrifice to demonkind, you'll be able to sever any last remnants of your own humanity. In addition to this, this quote also says that by making the sacrifice, you abandon your humanity. Now, humanity itself is a very broad term, but in this context, I think it's safe to say that Miura was referring to light humanity, morality, love, empathy, etc. And to abandon one's own humanity, one must first have humanity. Ergo, Griffith had light humanity within him before the eclipse.
I am buried under the weight of all those bodies. How strange. I can't feel anything.
This is what Griffith was thinking in witnessing the savagery at the eclipse. He found it strange that he didn't feel anything when witnessing the destruction of the Band of the Hawk, meaning that he was expecting to feel sympathy or self-hate for what he did, meaning that he had previously felt something akin to affection for them. To convince Griffith, the God Hand emphasized his obsessive ambition, but deliberately leave out mentioning any other aspect of his personality. And they notably convince a torn man that his followers would approve of this decision, because it, in essence, is what he needed and wanted to hear, being a man burdened by the weight of 1,000 corpses. And since he justified his decision with the reasoning that the band, both former and present, would think the sacrifice worth it, then perspective in their infinite. Had the God Hand not been so devious in their manipulation and reasoning, and had Griffith not been shown as blunt an allegory of his path to greatness as a road composed of corpses leading to a castle, we may not have even had an eclipse. But sadly, this wasn't the case, and the eclipse has
Damn.
no link on the chain of causality. The simple fact that Griffith is so much colder when he transforms into Femto proves that a change has occurred, making him less human than he was before. Something has been lost here, and it has had a large knock-on effect. But I somewhat adhere to a theory that this something is a lot smaller than it might seem. Some believe that godhood has transformed Griffith into a cold, completely unfeeling robot, but part of me believes that Femto is simply Griffith without any ability to care for the feelings of others. A being without any sympathy, and without a great deal of empathy. Now, he had suppressed his empathy, but it had broken through on several occasions, and was still very much a part of him. Until the eclipse. However, there is a functional amount of empathy left within him, used for terrible purposes, as we can see immediately after his rebirth. His rape of Casca, while disgusting and undeniably wrong, lends some insight into this, and can be explained in consistency with this theory. The obvious motivations for this were that he wanted to establish power once again, wanted to spite Guts and Casca out of jealousy for their relationship, and wanted to get back at Guts for hurting him by leaving 1 year earlier. And these are completely human motivations, founded in empathy. A cold, unfeeling, and robotic god would dismiss and dispose of these lowly humans, not try to psychologically and emotionally hurt them. That's something a human would do. It can also be argued that Griffith doing this was him jumping the shark into godhood, cutting his ties from Will's life, and proving to himself that he was ready for the future. He wants to believe that he has overcome his emotions, and what used to be his weakness. He plays this up so much, and I have a sneaky feeling that he doesn't actually feel as maniacal and mustache twirling as he lets on. In the Black Swordsman arc, he taunts Guts with lines like, "Still squirming around in your pitiful existence, I see," and "His petty existence is beneath our notice." But there is an air of artificiality to these words, in my opinion. Almost like Femto is trying to put on a show and make it seem like Guts is beneath his notice, even if he really isn't. And this all comes from the idea that Griffith only lost his ability to understand, feel, and care for the pain of others in his transformation. This would also lend evidence to the theory that Griffith did care for others, seeing that the moment he transformed into a non-caring being, he was very visibly changed. Even though Griffith was destined to betray the Band of the Hawk, the emphasis was always on the fact that it was his choice to do so, not that he was forced. And this is very important. While Griffith does control his fate, he is still an active participant in this fate. He doesn't do all this because destiny chose for him. While the universe is deterministic, he did it because he sees it as the only
Oh
way to
yeah.
make sure his past deeds
Give me
and
that. Give me
sacrifices
that
are fulfilled.
Heimerdinger.
And while it makes no difference to the face of the story whether or not Griffith chose to do this and why he chose, it does make a difference to the essence of Griffith's character. Many great works and great thinkers of the last century have proposed the idea that mankind is more or less defined by our ability to make choices, and Griffith is very much a chooser. This will
Yo,
probably
okay.
be a controversial opinion, but even post-eclipse, I believe Griffith slash Femto to be human, or at least partly human. People tend to look at horrible, cruel acts and respond with an exclamation of, "What an inhuman monster." I've specifically had conversations with people who read Berserk and say that Griffith's acts mean that he simply can't be any part of humanity. But I doubt that I'm the only one seeing the contradiction here. So, according to this way of thinking, because of his cruelty, Griffith is not part of the human race. The very same humans who are capable of committing genocide, of taking part in animal cruelty, of partaking in acts just as bad as Griffith within the
Yo, what is
same
my
human
Alawi
race.
doing there?
Griffith is still human. He's just the part of humanity that we try to pretend doesn't exist. Every human has darkness inside of them.
Mm.
It's the black side of humanity, well documented throughout history and within fiction. This darkness is balanced out by morality and caring and life lessons to keep it at bay. But what happens when, regardless of reason, that lightness and morality is suppressed? What's happened with Griffith is that due to the change that occurred, his darkness has taken over.
What happened
I
to
believe that
my
there is a sort of parallel
Alawi?
between Griffith's Femto and the representation of Guts' darkness, the Hellhound. We've seen what happened when Guts' Hellhound took over. He nearly raped Casca. Rings a bell, doesn't it? These dark egos are a part of Guts and Griffith, part of everyone. But in most of the Golden Age arc, they're suppressed by lighter aspects because they haven't yet been unlocked. This is why I don't feel like Femto is characterized by a lack of humanity, but rather everything that's wrong with humanity. And it all stemmed from Griffith's tunnel vision and lack of self-understanding in progressing to his goal, not because he ever wanted it to be this way. It's a sad thing, because a lot of Griffith's own problems come from his inability to understand himself, and this makes him incredibly relatable. I spent a good portion of my own life struggling to come to grips with the type of person I am, and I know a huge amount of people who feel the same. So this aspect of Griffith is so personal and can be applied to roughly as many of the audience as the number who relates to Guts' quest for meaning. He's incredibly humanized by his consistent subconscious fixation on human emotion as well, regardless of his lack of understanding, and this instantly makes him more substantial. A final reason as to why Griffith is such an important character in Eastern fiction can be found in dissecting what he symbolizes in the context of Nietzschean philosophy, and this reveals perhaps the biggest reason regarding why Griffith resonates with so many and is relatable in a way that is sometimes difficult to understand. Griffith and Guts are synonymous with fundamental Nietzschean philosophical concepts. More specifically, Berserk's two main characters can be applied to the concept of Nietzsche's, pardon my
I'm about to be out
pronunciation,
next round.
Übermensch. To put it simply, Nietzsche proposes the Übermensch as a goal for humanity. It opposes nihilism, which is a doctrine essentially believing that all life is meaningless, and it can be described as the concept of imposing one's own values and living for oneself to break away from conservative morals and ethics to find purpose. The Übermensch denies both slave and master morality by living purely for themselves and not imposing their will on others. In essence, an example of the Übermensch
No
would be someone
way.
who ignores fate and custom and decides their destiny for themselves. On the other hand, a false example of the Übermensch would be someone deciding to accept destiny and not make any efforts to fight against it. Guts and Griffith represent both the example and false example of the Übermensch at different parts of their lives, centering on a distinct turning point in the story, at each point opposing what the other represents. We can start at the beginning of the story. Despite personally believing in the concept of fate, Griffith goes against it by constantly progressing, rejecting the proposed limits of the setting, exerting his will not to control others, excluding his duties, but to push himself ever closer to his goal. He is the Übermensch. Guts has succumbed to nihilism due to his early childhood trauma, believing that there's nothing to life and no point to anything other than fighting. He is the falsification of the Übermensch. However, as the story progresses, these roles begin to shift, as Griffith slowly becomes dependent on Guts, and Guts starts to long for a true purpose, until we reach the story point where Guts leaves the Band of the Hawk. Here, Guts has become independent, not believing in nihilism anymore, and setting out to search for meaning, and Griffith has found himself shackled and controlled because of his emotions. The role reversal is concluded at the eclipse, where Griffith willingly submits to fate for his own gain, and Guts begins his agonizing mission of fighting against the tide of fate. Griffith is now the false Übermensch, and Guts the true representation. It's a thematic and symbolic shift here that sums up the tragedy of Griffith. He was on his desired path, and even taught Guts how to walk that path, but was unable to deal with the ramifications of this, and ended up becoming a falsification of what he originally strived for. Nietzsche states that one must gain power from others to benefit oneself, but remain reliant on one's own strength, and not become dependent. Griffith stopped being a representation of the Übermensch because he became dependent on Guts. And this emotional dependency is sadly an ever-present element in modern society, an entirely intimate concept. To cling to others in fear of being left alone, to not be able to fathom the terror of true isolation. While the subtleties of Griffith's situation are a bit different, the concept is very much the same, and one that the audience will likely be familiar with. Humans are social beings, and a life without others to care for is not natural. At the end of the day, Griffith is so divisive because his actions and motivations give evidence to those on either side of the fence, as well as those on the fence. He is very much the villain and antagonist of the story, but in Berserk, the line between moral wrongs and rights is blurred to the point of irrelevance. In the midst of his journey, Griffith
Ah,
that he can only respect someone as a friend
that
if they
2-star
fulfill their
Malzahar got
commitment
bro.
first and foremost.
Let's go, Plat 1. Plat fucking 1, baby.
And we can envision a man proclaiming the same train of thought to his inspired and enamored band of the Hawk, saying that every individual should follow their own dreams before anything else. This would lead to a prosperous kingdom, in which
Okay,
Griffith would live
literally
his next
watched a
great
30-minute video about this shit. I'm good. I'm tired. I played how many games today? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Wait, no, okay. My first game today was this one. No, I don't even remember. It was this one. 1, 2. I only lost one game today, bro. That's crazy. That's good shit.